I, on behalf of the MSc Nursing Second Year Students, College of Nursing AIIMS, New Delhi, would like to extend a warm welcome to all the in-service education program participants on the topic Infant and Child Abduction, Protect the Most Vulnerable. First and foremost, I would like to begin today's workshop by quoting from the Bible verse Psalms 127:3. Children are a gift from the Lord, they are a reward from Him. At this time, I request Ms. Moy, PBBSc nursing student second year, for the prayer song. Checked.
God will make a way when there seems to be no way. He works in ways we cannot see. He will make my way for me. He will be my guide. Hold me closely to His side. With love and strength for each new day, He will make a way. He will make a way. Oh, God will make a way when there seems to be no way. He works in ways we cannot see. He will make a way for me. He will be my guide. Hold me closely to His side. With love and strength for each new day, He will make a way. He will make a way. Thank you.
Thank you, Moy, for invoking the blessing of the Almighty. Now, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome our honorable chief guest, Dr. Arvind Bagga, Professor and Head, Department of Pediatrics, AIIMS, New Delhi. We welcome you, sir. Sir is one of the most renowned and esteemed leaders, a very inspiring and encouraging guide, and a true professional at his work. It is our privilege that, in spite of your busy schedule, you are gracing our inauguration ceremony with your presence. I heartily welcome you, sir. I also extend my welcome to Dr. Lata Venkateshan Ma'am, Principal, College of Nursing, AIIMS, New Delhi, Chief Organizing Member of today's workshop. Your words of wisdom and sound guidance has made this program possible. We welcome you, ma'am. It is also my privilege to welcome today's guest of honor, Mrs. Bhupinder Kaur, Deputy Nursing Superintendent, Main Hospital, AIIMS, New Delhi. Her friendly smile and approachable nature has always been a source of comfort and encouragement. We thank you, ma'am, for gracing the occasion with your esteemed presence. I also welcome the participants for joining us today, all the faculty from the College of Nursing, those who have joined us offline, as well as those who have joined us online. It is my immense pleasure to welcome Mrs. Cecilia MS, Associate Professor, College of Nursing, AIIMS, New Delhi, Coordinator of our in-service program. I now extend a warm welcome to Mrs. Lewis Murray, Associate Professor, College of Nursing, AIIMS, New Delhi. Thank you, ma'am, for your helpful suggestions. I extend my hearty welcome to Mrs. Meena Ara, Tutor, College of Nursing, AIIMS, New Delhi. Thank you, ma'am, for always being there for us. Now I would like to request all the dignitaries to kindly for lighting the lamp.
Can we have one nursing officer joining us? Please come. Come. Come.
Yeah. रुक तो जाए। हाँ, क्या हुआ? ये इसी से चल जाएगा। आप गूगल मीट खोलो ना, इसमें गूगल मीट प्रेजेंटेशन कैसे स्टार्ट?
Thank you, everyone. At this time, I request our principal ma'am, Dr. Lata Venkateshan, to kindly give our token of appreciation to our chief guest. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Ms. Lewis Murray, ma'am, to kindly give a token of appreciation to our principal, ma'am, organizing chairperson. Now I request Ms. Meena Ara to kindly give an token of appreciation to our today's guest of honor, Ms. Bhupinder. Now I request Vasu ma'am to kindly give a token of appreciation to our in-service coordinator, Ms. Cecilia ma'am. I request Mr. Ram Gopal to give a token of appreciation to Ma'am Lewis. And I request Ms. Deepika to kindly felicitate Meena ma'am with a token of appreciation. Thank you, everyone. I would like to invite our principal ma'am, Dr. Lata Venkatesan, to kindly address the gathering or unveil the theme for the program.
Respected Chief Guest of the day, Dr. Arvind Baga, Professor and Head of the Department of Pediatrics, AIIMS, New Delhi. And Guest of Honor of the day, Ms. Bhupinder Kaur, Deputy Nursing Superintendent of AIIMS Hospital, Delhi. And the organizing secretaries of this update, Ms. Cecilia Mary, Ms. Lewis, and Ms. Meena, the faculty of College of Nursing, and the faculty from all the other specialities of nursing from College of Nursing, and participants from various units of AIIMS Hospital. So on behalf of College of Nursing, once again a very warm welcome to all of you for this update on infant and child abduction. As part of the curriculum, our MSc Nursing students and post-basic BSc Nursing students are expected to learn how to organize in-service education program. Naturally, the graduates of AIIMS are going to be the future leaders, and they must have the skills of organizing such programs. So every year we organize in-service education program. 10 such programs are conducted. Prior to COVID, we were conducting at the rate of once every month on assorted topics. But due to COVID, all our academic activities went into haywire. So many activities were not completed on time, but we didn't want to compromise the learning experience of our students. So last year, at a stretch, we have conducted 10 programs. That is when we thought we will do it around a theme, and we were choosing the theme, and we were focusing all the 10 in-service education program on a selected theme. So last year we have done it on patient safety, and this year we have selected on hospital emergency codes. And this hospital emergency codes, many hospitals are still not familiar with using a code for managing the hospital emergencies. It doesn't mean that they are not managing emergencies. Of course, all our Indian hospitals are known for managing timely and effective management of the emergencies. But then when we have a code, it gives a focus. And we have to have mock drills because no emergencies comes with a warning. Always emergencies are unexpected, and during emergencies we will not be prepared. We will, how much ever we are mentally prepared, practically when we are handling the emergencies, there are chances for lapses in discharging our responsibilities. So that is where the mock drills are practiced now. Every hospital is expected to conduct at least twice in a year several types of mock drills. You might have experienced only the fire mock drill, which our fire department meticulously does twice in a year. But what about other codes? If you receive mass casualties, how are you going to manage? And which is happening on a daily basis, the life-threatening emergencies like cardiac arrest or cardiorespiratory emergencies, how are we managing? And hazardous spill management, which we have never thought of. Hazardous spill we will manage on our own, but it also can be managed with the help of a team in an effective way. So that is code orange. And suppose if you are on night duty, you get suddenly a threatening call. security threat call comes, how will you manage? So like this, no, there are several codes. There are 12 emergency codes which are practiced internationally, though all the 12 are not very important and or not widely practiced. There are 6 codes which are widely practiced by the hospitals, that is code blue, code red, and code orange for hazardous spill, and code gray for mass casualty, and code brown for external threats like bomb threat, security threat, and code pink which is for infant and child abduction. So now you're all from different areas of AIIMS hospital. You may be thinking how it is relevant for me. Is it going to be applicable in my unit? No, children can come anywhere in the unit. You need not be working in the labor room or OB-GYN ward and pediatric units. Infant abduction is loss of a child within the hospital premises. It can happen in the OPD, it can happen in the outdoor areas of the hospital, anywhere it can happen. And we are all responsible. Maybe some people might abduct the child and come to your ward, which is an adult ward, which is a neighboring ward of pediatric unit. There also our responsibility continues to help in finding out the child. So if an infant or child is abducted, it is the responsibility of every employee in the hospital, right from security to that of the director. We are all responsible. And within 30 minutes we have to find searching, then we have to escalate the process. Sometimes we may have to seek the help of the police also. So all of us need to be aware of how to conduct this code pink, and effectively we don't want any child to be lost. We want the child to be safe in our hands when they enter, but beyond our control if the child is lost. How effectively and how quickly we will be able to find the child and hand it over to the parents. That is where our efficiency and talent remains, and today's workshop is based on that. And I was just discussing with Dr. Arvind Baga. He was telling that we should train all the nurses in the pediatric unit. So today we are training 30 to 35 people from different areas of the hospital. Probably we will repeat the session to train all the nurses who are working in the pediatric units. So, and I also must congratulate our organizing team, especially the MSc Pediatric Nursing students. They are only 2. We are small in number. Still, we have not compromised any of the aspects of organizing an in-service education program under the guidance of our efficient faculty members from the Department of Pediatric Nursing. And organizing an in-service education program, it gives us enormous pleasure. Because when we conducted several programs, the nursing officers were highly interactive. And they were listening. They were also contributing to the contents which were not covered by out of sight by us. So their contributions from the practical experience was really making the in-service education program very, very interesting and interactive. So that way we are so happy to meet all of you and to host this in-service education program. Lot of planning underwent. Because it is not so easy to organize. We have to take approval, funding, then training, preparing the brochure, organizing all the logistics, preparing pre-test, post-test questions, contacting the resource persons. So a lot of planning and the activities have been placed in organizing the in-service education program. But the program will remain successful based upon your feedback. So please feel free to give the feedback, and any of the aspects you feel we need to improve further, please feel free to give it in the feedback so that we will refine ourselves in further organization of the events. So all the best and enjoy a great day of learning. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your kind words. Now I call upon Mrs. Bhupinder Kaur, Deputy Nursing Superintendent, Main Hospital, AIIMS, New Delhi, to address the audience.
Good morning to all. First of all, I would like to thanks for this honor and respected Dr. Baga, Dr. Arvind. I'm not a speaker, and that's why I'm hesitant for this. Dr. Professor Dr. Arvind Bagga, Principal HOD PETS, and Dr. Lata Venkatesan, Principal College of Nursing, Cecilia ma'am, and my dear friends. Um, hospital and healthcare organization work or provide safe, functional and supportive facility for patients, families, staff and visitors. But an emergency can arise at any time due to any cause. Missing infant child, as ma'am said, that it's really emergency. Missing infant child from place where she or he have been should be taken as an emergency. Prevention and infant and child abduction is one of the responsibility of the nurse, as we are frontline workers for 24/7 in clinical areas. Having thorough knowledge about the policy and protocol and in our institute will help the nurse to prevent such an incidents happening. I wish this workshop will render such learning experience to all. My heartily wishes to my colleagues in College of Nursing for organizing this type of our workshops. And thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I invite our chief guest, Dr. Arvind Bagga, Professor and Head of Department of Pediatrics, AIIMS, New Delhi. Sir has completed his MBBS in the year 1982, followed by completion of his MD in Pediatrics in 1985 from AIIMS, New Delhi. The highlights of Sir's professional career include working as a research fellow in the Department of Nephrology and Transplantation at Cedars Sinai Medical Center, Los Angeles from 1995 to 1996, followed by working as a senior fellow at Great Ormond Street Hospital and Institute of Child Health, London. Sir's most accomplished words among many include ranking in the top 2% world scientists by Stanford University in the year 2020, International Pediatric Nephrology Association Educational Award in 2019. Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable time and precious knowledge with us. Your work in pediatrics highly appreciated.
Thank you.
Over to you.
Thank you. Good morning to you, and thank you for your kind words. Professor Venkatesan, the Principal of College of Nursing, Ms. Kaur from the hospital, Cecilia, all the other faculty members from the College of Nursing who are here, in-service trainees from the Institute, our MSc nursing students. I'm obviously privileged and honored to be here, so thank you very much, ma'am, for the invite to be here. I think the topics that are being covered in these workshops, Dr. Venkatesan did tell me in the morning, you're covering all the codes, which itself is a very major thing, because I don't think we have done this in a very formal sort of manner in the last few years. And clearly, code pink, as far as in fact, I had to read up last night, when I was trying to figure out what code pink means. So we have not really been using code pink in the hospital so often. I don't know whether Ms. Kaur would probably know, but I don't think we've been using these codes at all. So I think it's a very timely and a very important effort that the nursing college is undertaking. So I congratulate you for this. But I was talking to, with the principal, and I was thinking that we should have, written documents on all these codes, because it's good to have a PowerPoint. It's good to discuss and maybe have multiple sessions. But having a 3-pager or a 4-pager PDF, which is vetted and approved by the college and obviously by the hospital, by the MS, would be a major contribution, and this could be on a website. This need not be on the website. This could be at least locally available, so that when there is a problem, we can access. Clearly, there are lots of interventions that are available now that can prevent these events from happening. In the last 30-35 years I've been here, I've never really seen a major code pink issue. I can't really recollect, I was trying to think over it, but then there have been events happening in the country. There are events that happen internationally, so clearly it's an issue that we need to be aware of. And particularly people who are working in pediatric units, in the nurseries, and as but was said, even in the outpatient. Outpatient हम भूल ही जाते हैं, कि outpatient में भी तो हो सकता है, and somebody could just walk in and walk away. And there are technologies available now that could help us to prevent these things. So I think it's an important effort. And I would again like to congratulate you for doing this, as well as other things, the code red you just told, that you've done. and wish you all the success in this endeavor. And we hope that you can learn a lot from this. Give feedback to ma'am and to the whole team. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you so much, sir. I extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Arvind Baga for enlightening the gathering with his valuable words of wisdom. As you know that sir has taken the responsibility of the head of the department pediatrics, and when I approached sir, and I was really apprehension to ask her as a chief guest, sir, but because in spite of many schedules, and sir accepted, and he made himself available for us. It's our honor, sir, and. I would like to thank Dr. Lata Venkatesan, Professor, for her unconditional support and encouragement. And I extend my sincere thanks to Guest of Honor, Ms. Bhupender Kaur, for accepting our invitation and taking time for her busy schedule to grace the occasion. And sir, I request all the dignitaries and participants to have a break, and we'll have a short time of break, and we'll be gathering again for the next program. Uh, It is in the set facility. We are like ushers will accompany the guests of the dignitaries. I extend my very thanks to the speakers online. They have been very cooperative, and they have given their time to be part of this program. And I extend my thanks to all the speakers who are going to be enlighten us with the online program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Especially the people who are outside from outside the institute. Maybe you can just thank.
Yes, we thank the resource speakers who have consented to address our participants online, and they are from well-known hospitals across the country, and they are experienced in conducting code pink. So they will be sharing their personal experience of how they organize the mock drill, how they empower their team, and how did they manage when the actual incidents have taken place. So it is our honor to have Ms. Vincy Ashok Tribhuvan, who is the corporate GM of and group head nursing of Sahyadri Hospitals, Mumbai, and Ms. Leena Chandrasekharan, who is the head of nursing operations, Mehta Hospitals, Chennai, which is an exclusive pediatric hospital in Chennai, and Ms. Harita Vijayan, the General Manager Nursing, Krishna Institute of Medical Sciences, Secunderabad. So we welcome all three of them, and we are highly thankful for consenting to address our participants. And you also have to notice their designations. Nurses are also involved in the higher level management, and they are made as general manager, chief operating officer, vice president. I think these kind of designations reflect how empowered they are to promote the nursing care in their respective organizations. Thank you. Please join.
ये पहले खोलो इसको।
I welcome back everyone. To begin the topic on infant and child abduction bird's eye view, I would like to call our principal ma'am, Dr. Leta Venkatesan, to kindly provide an overview on the topic. Over to you, ma'am.
So, how many of you have heard about Code Pink or had been part of the mock drill anytime? No? The word also you have not heard. Okay, anytime you have experienced infant abduction? Anywhere? No. Okay. So naturally it will be interesting for you to learn, because the topics which we do not know, no, we will be having more interest to understand and develop the knowledge. So that way we are also happy that we are introducing a new topic which were never discussed before. And this infant and child abduction, yeah, the incidence is very rare. But imagine if it happens, the plight of the parents and the condition of the child who is abducted, we can imagine how they may be misused after abduction. So this is a kind of incident which no one wants to happen in any of the settings. But still, if it happens, we need to trace the child and hand it over back to the parents. So that is our responsibility. So let us see how we can do that. And this infant and child abduction, it is defined as the loss or missing of a child or an infant from any place within the hospital and hospital grounds, outside the outside area of the hospital, the circulating area of the hospital. Also, if the child is lost, it is known as infant and child abduction, and it applies to the children of age up to 17 years. But of course, the targeted children for abduction are infants and up to toddler, because they will not be able to explain their name sorry, and from which place they are. Some may not be able to tell their parents' name. So these are all the children who are targeted for abduction. And probably in a hospital setting it is very rare, but in India, in other places it is happening, So that is how we see a lot of children which they are used for trafficking. And also they say that outside, when you see some ladies begging with children, it may not be their own children, abducted children. Those kind of incidents we are hearing. So, but in the hospital it may not happen to that extent, but outside anyway it is happening. And it may, the type of abduction may be in various forms. It may be from a non-custodial parent abducting the infant, or a stranger abducting the infant, or from a public place. And we will see all those in detail. And the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, you see, this is a US-based center. For every activity, they have an organization which is monitoring, which has the statistics, which is creating the awareness, giving the SOPs, and continuously they are updating the public and the nurses. So that is how the other countries are functioning. Even for medication error, there is a Center for Medication Error Management. So they have the statistics. Only if we know the number, we will understand the magnitude of the problem. So if we have such organizations, people will be reporting to them, or they will be capturing the data, and they will give the statistics, and they will give the guidelines, and they will initiate the actions. So there is also scope for us to initiate such type of centers here in India as well, so that we will focus our activities towards preventing such type of incidents happening. And see here, how many of you heard about Joint Commission International, JCI? You have heard? What few have heard? It is an accrediting agency like our NABH. NABH is doing for India, and NABH is also international. They are doing for other countries as well. But JCI is the accrediting body for many countries in the world. And JCI is saying, even if you are wrongly discharging the baby to some other parent, that is also grouped as infant abduction. So when I was reading the slides, this was a new learning for me. This can happen, especially I have seen in India, many want to have boy baby. So they try to exchange and they fight that, I gave birth to boy baby only. No, so to prevent that, what we are doing, we are taking the footprint, carbon footprint of the baby. Are we practicing here? Carbon footprint of the baby as an identification mark. You have the carbon footprint of the baby. So that is one way of preventing the exchange of babies which is happening, especially for boy babies. They may exchange and they may fight. This is because all newborns look the same. You will not be able to trace whether it is your child or some other child because the features are not very sharp in a newborn. So it is very easy to exchange the newborn and abduct the newborn. So that is also classified as child abduction. Then Joint Commission surveyors also ask in-depth questions about what are all the measures in the hospital to prevent such abduction. Then these are all the statistics related to child abduction. This will make you to understand the magnitude of the problem. That is, every year approximately 8 million children are reported missing worldwide. So International Center for Missing and Exploited Children has given this number. And in US, 2,300 children are reported missing every day. And see, with the technology, now with the technology you can trace the movement of the people everywhere. CCTV is monitored. With the advent of technology, this many children are getting missed in developed countries like US, and strangers are abducting less than 1% of the missing children. That means who is abducting? It is known people abducting. Strangers abduction is very less in the magnitude. And the truth about it continues, the parents are accountable for over 90% of abductions. Accountability. Because if the parents are careful, then the children will not be abducted. Usually now parents are on mobile. Even inside the house, somebody comes and takes the child and goes. They may not know it is in that condition. And when they go for other areas, malls and other areas, their concentration is elsewhere, and these children want to explore the area and they go missing. So carelessness of the parents is 90% responsibility for missing their children. Then they say youth are also abducted. You see, youth are abducted for a different purpose. Children are abducted for a different purpose. Youth are abducted for a different purpose. Maybe for sexual misuse. No? So even elder children might go missing. Sometimes we see now WhatsApp, the messages are coming. Child went for tuition, did not come back. Child went for somewhere else to the school, it is found missing. Like that, no, even the little elderly children, the adolescents also might go missing. Then Turkey had abduction rate of 14.86 cases per 1 lakh population. And in Europe, 1/3 of missing children were found by the police. The police were able to trace only 1/3. Then what happened to the rest of the 2/3? The 2/3 were not found. So in those countries where the technology is much advanced, I have seen in UK, even if somebody collapses on the road, within seconds the ambulance will reach. So that much their monitoring systems are well placed. The police and the traffic control is well coordinated. There they were able to trace only 1/3. That means it is such a planned event. They will plan in such a way, what are all the ways you may trace the child, they will plan in such a way that you are not able to trace. So they use all their brain that the traceability is blocked. We are not able to trace. So it is a very, very complicated issue to trace the child and get back. So in India, 1 lakh children are going missing every year. And with a population of 1.3 billion, India reports 1 lakh missing children every year. And it is speculated that the number of missing children in India is this is not the true statistics, because many are not reported yet. Many unreported missing also is happening. And what are all the types of abduction? The abduction, there are 3 major types of abduction. One is stranger abduction. And the second one is abduction for the purpose of raising a child. We have seen infertile women who are not having children for many years, they go and abduct the child and go just for the sake of raising a child. I have also read the incidents where the infertile women were predicting as if they were pregnant, and when it happened to be 9 months, they go into some hospital, steal a child and come, and so that they are able to survive in the family, those kind of incidents also we have read. And parental abduction. Parental abduction means maybe if they are separated, then they may abduct. So these are all the kind of, or both parents, the childless couple, they may go and abduct the child. So these are all the types of abduction. We'll see in detail. This child abductions by family, parental abduction is the main type of kidnapping, especially in the US. And many reports question the labeling of this particular crime as it insinuates something ill-intentioned, while the majority of the time the child is safe, but a parent has broken a custodial agreement. And this mislabeling inflates the statistics and creates a perception that stranger danger is around every corner. That means those who do not want to raise the children, they place it somewhere else. Even in India, if you see, this situation is like unwed mothers. Unwed mothers do not want to take the baby inside the house, and they may desert the child somewhere on the road or somewhere, or they may come to the hospital, they may leave it in the OPD and go, unidentified child. So those kind of losing the child also can happen. Then non-family kidnapping. This non-family kidnapping is perhaps the most commonly associated type of abduction, and fear of human trafficking, child abuse and other crimes is very real in these scenarios, because they abduct for the different purpose, for child abuse and for human trafficking, and for using them as beggars. For different purpose they are trafficking. Some people may take it and give it to the infertile couple also. Like that also it happens. And but the impact is devastating. If a child is lost for the original parents, the impact is definitely devastating. And what are all the causes of child abduction? If you see, can you mention what are all the causes of child abduction? Why they are abducting the child? Yeah. So for using them for earning money, yes. Then for what are organ also. See, elderly children, if they are being abducted, like teenagers, 14 years, 15 years, 16 years, maybe for organ retrieval, no, for taking their organs, they may be abducted. Then, yeah. For household work, yes, for household work, yes. For trafficking, yes. Sexual abuse, yes. They say certain areas we should not go alone, and if the child is abducted, it is very difficult to get back from that kind of areas, So, yes, these are all the major causes why the children are abducted. And this family member abduction is also very common. That is, if the mother and father are in dispute, one of them chooses to take the child out of the home. And this is also considered as abduction. Suppose a divorce is filed. Mother wants the child, father also wants the child, or father is not willing to give the child. Mother may abduct the child and go. And in many cases, only when they file a divorce, only one parent is given the custody. If it is girl children, usually mother will be the custodian, and boy children, father is given the custodian. Also, up to certain age, they should be under the custody of the mother. But sometimes the boy's family, the father's family may be wanting the child, and they may abduct the child and go. It can be vice versa also. So that is also a kind of abduction which takes place. And for sex trafficking, also child abduction is done. And this is a very, very sad type of child abduction. If the child is abducted and put into these kind of areas, it is very difficult to get back the child, you know. And even some movies we have seen. In Tamil, there was one movie, Mahanadi, you know, where Kamal was the actor. His daughter will be abducted and left into this kind of area, and getting her back, how difficult it was, no. So in reality also it may happen. Maybe one movie has shown us how it is happening, but in reality the situation may be worse than that. So that this is one of the most difficult and saddest part if they are abducting the child for the purpose of sex trafficking. So here the children will be of a higher age. They may not be abducting small children for this, but we may be wondering that they are of higher age. Can't they protect themselves, or can't they come out of it? Can't they inform the police? No, all the ways will be blocked. They will be put into an area where no communication is possible, and they will be really isolated. And after some time, they will be afraid to come back to the community. They will think that I was here for 3 months or 6 months. Now, if I go out, whether my own family will accept or not, they will fear entering into the normal community. And after some time, they may not be in a position to come out and join back the family. They will be pushed to that kind of a situation, you know. So that is the difficulty if they are abducted and used for the sex trafficking purpose. And and this is ransom child abduction. That is no, for extorting the money. They will kidnap the child, keep them somewhere, and they will make phone call to the parents, and they will demand for money. You give this much money, and sometime they may take the money and leave the child alive, or sometime they will think that even if the child goes back, child may give the identity who kidnapped and how they were kept. So they may even kill the child. So if they are kidnapping for ransom means for money, for threatening the parents and extorting money from them, then you know, it is more dangerous. Sometimes we may lose money and child also. So this is also very, very dangerous. So these are all the abductions. They abduct school children usually for this, you know, and toddler also may be abducted. We do not know. So this kind of incidents also we have heard, isn't it? If the parents are little wealthy, and they will be kidnapping the child and asking for money. And parents also may not approach the police, because they will think that if the police goes, the child might be injured or child might be killed. So they will try to manage on their own to bring the child back, and sometimes that may be successful or that may not be successful. This is where the statistics also not exact in number, because these type of incidents may not be reported to the police. So the number may not be getting added to the statistics of children abducted, especially girl children. If they are abducted and all, they do not want to say outside, because it will affect her future life, you know. So they may not be revealing outside that the child was abducted. So like this, no, abduction for the sake of money also can take place. And sexual predator child abductions, this is also they have different sexual desires. Some people know it is a psychiatric problem. Some people want to harass the children sexually. So for that purpose, they may abduct and go, and they may leave the child back also in this case. You know, sometime they will be threatening, and you know, in Chennai, a few years, 2 years before, 2-3 years before, it was reported a mentally retarded child was there. Mentally retarded means not to 100%, but some degree where she was moving, you know. And the lift operator, who was a 65-year-old man, he was sexually threatening her and misusing her for several days. And only her own sister has identified from her behavior, and they noticed that this child was being taken for some time, and he was also bringing group of people and disturbing the child. So all these things are also happening, you know, for they may not be like the people who are in running the business of what to say, the sexual trafficking business, but these people, for their own gratification, personal gratification, they may misuse the children, and children may not know, especially small children, they may not know what is this even. So now we are teaching the children about good touch, bad touch, and to identify the motive of the people. And we are also teaching at school level, also teaching is happening to educate the children about keeping away from the people who may misuse them sexually. So this is called as sexual predator child abductions. Then there is also non-traditional type, that is not it is not motivated for sexual gratification, profit, ransom, revenge, and power. That's what we say. Non-traditional one is they are taken for raising purpose. They want to raise a child. The childless couple may take the child away. So that is also the type of child abduction which may take place. And this is very important for us as nurses especially. That is, you must have the suspicion in the hospital setting who are the people who may abduct the child. So these are some characteristics which will be helpful who may be engaged in abduction, child abduction. So when you see such kind of people, please be aware to identify and be careful, usually who are abducting the children are females, because females are, they come with the child for immunization purpose, for different purpose. So usually women are not suspected for abducting, but it is usually the females who will be abducting the child, especially they will be in childbearing age, so that you don't suspect them. Suppose if an elderly woman seen with this one, also still you may think that she may be the aunt or grandparent, accompanied the mother, something like that. So usually it is the women in childbearing age group, and they may appear to be overweight or they may appear to be pregnant. Sometimes they may come as if they are pregnant. They may come to the OPD or somewhere, and they may or they may be walking in the labor room or gynae ward. You may be thinking that okay, she is pregnant, she has come for some checkup, or she is admitted. So you will not suspect that she is a stranger in the ward. So they will pose themselves as if they are pregnant, and they may enter into the wards for abducting the child. And they will be usually, when you suppose if you suspect someone, you ask them, who are you, why you have come, who is admitted here. They will be giving the answers which will be further increasing your suspicion. They will be lying, and they will be trying to avoid. When you just suspect, stand and ask questioning, then they will try to avoid and go away from you, or they will try to immediately escape. These kind of behaviors we must raise suspicion. Then it frequently indicates she has lost a baby or incapable of having one. Usually they will not have their own children. So those kind of women also might come. Then often married or cohabiting, and a companion's desire for a baby. We said no, the infertile women may come and take the baby. So usually they will not have their own children, and there may be compulsion in the family. If you are not giving birth to a family, we will be divorcing you, we will be sending you. So for her personal survival in the family, they might come. So when you talk, the history will reveal that they are childless and they have come here for taking the baby and going. And then usually they are from the same community. They don't come from elsewhere. Especially our hospital, we get patients from across India. But they will not be, usually they are not from outside. They will be from the local community, so that they will know the structure of the organization, where the escape routes are there. They must have visited several times the facility, and they will know how to run away, where to hide, and how to walk away from the premises. So they would have come previously also. So suppose if the child abduction takes place, you have to see the CCTV camera. You see for the past 1 month or few months, you will know the same person coming many times and observing and doing a ground study, how to take the child, which way to escape and go, they would have done a groundwork, so you will be able to identify from the footages of the CCTV. And they will be usually from the neighboring community, so they will quickly escape from the hospital and get into their community, where you will not be able to trace them. And they will be frequently visiting the nursery or the maternity units at more than one healthcare facility prior to the abduction, and they will ask detailed questions about the procedures and the maternity floor layout. Frequently they will use the fire exit staircase, especially in corporate hospitals and all. If you see, they use mainly the lift. Many lifts are there. People use the lift for going up and down, and this fire exit staircases rarely people are using. So what they will do is they will take the child and run through the fire escape route, so there will not be anybody observing them. And usually the fire escape routes will not have cameras. Also in many hospitals, cameras are placed in the main area, so fire escape route, the camera will not be there, so easily they will escape the CCTV surveillance and go out of the hospital. So you have to see, when you are searching, you have to search those places. Somebody has to go and search all the staircases. You have to stall the lift. Sometimes they will go to terrace. They will use the staircase. They will go and hide in the terrace, because you will search in the main gate, main area, surrounding area. Nobody will go to the staircase. Sometimes you will find them going and hiding under the water tank. In some area where it lift headroom, some places they may go and hide. So your search has to include searching the terrace and the staircases where the fire exit is there. And then they do not specifically target one infant. These people, the strangers, when they come and want to abduct an infant, they will not come that, okay, so and so will be delivering on this day, I have to abduct this child. Like that, they don't come with the plotted plan. They come there, and whichever mother is sleeping, or mother went to the washroom, mother's not having any companion with them, or the child is left alone, even few minutes. No, the grandmother would have gone to buy medicines down, mother would have gone to the washroom. Seconds enough for them to take the baby, put it inside the bag and run away. So they do not target usually a specific infant and come. They may take any infant. They come to study the layout, their escape route, how quickly they can walk away with the infant. That study they do preliminarily. Then they come and they see who is more vulnerable or which child is left alone for a few minutes at least. Then they will take and go. So this is the kind of behavior you will anticipate. And usually they impersonate a nurse or other allied healthcare personnel. That is, no, they will try to avoid in the eyes of the healthcare personnel who were present in the ward. They will go and become very friendly with the mother. They will say that, oh, I am the caregiver of some other patient. I have come here. How are you? How is your baby? They will make friends with the mother, and oh, this baby is like this, and they will start talking about their experiences. They will become very friendly. Even the mothers may trust you. Please look after the child for a few minutes. I will go here and there and come, and they will walk away with the infant. This also can happen. And they often become familiar with the healthcare staff members also, so that you don't suspect them. They will become very friendly with you. How are you? I have come here for this purpose, that purpose. So you don't suspect them. So they will try to become very friendly with the healthcare team members also. And they will usually demonstrate as if they are very well experienced in taking care of the baby. And they will offer to help the mothers. They will say that, oh, I will be able to do this, that, and we will try to rely them, and they will be walking away with the baby. So all these are the typical one. And but it is not necessarily that they have to fit into these kind of characteristics. They will also know how we will be anticipating, and they will have the methods to escape from our eyes and take the baby away. But in the ward, whenever you are seeing some stranger, somebody who is not known, then you have to have an eye on them. And you also have to educate the mothers, do not leave your child with any stranger apart from your family members, and always be with the child. Somebody has to be there with the child. But don't tell in the beginning, then they will think that, oh, in this hospital child abduction is taking place routinely, I may miss it. Do not create panic. Probably antenatally itself you can prepare them. It is not after they give birth we have to prepare them for being careful not to lose their infant. Antenatally itself, during the third term, when we are preparing the children for childbirth, I think this aspect has to be taken into consideration, and we have to say that how carefully you have to keep the baby in the hospital. So this one aspect we can include as part of the antenatal education, especially preparation for childbirth. We have to include this aspect also, how to be very careful not to lose the baby. So these are all the things we have to, and you also should know from where the abduction takes place in the hospital. Usually it is from the mother's room. Postnatal ward is the most vulnerable area where the child will be abducted. Infants, especially the newborn, in the postnatal area. If it is a general ward, so many children will be there. Even if one lady is walking with the newborn, nobody will suspect. Then they will walk away with the newborn. This is the most vulnerable area for child abduction. Then from the nursery. Nursery also, they may come to visit the baby. They will come like as if they are visiting the baby, and they may walk away. And pediatric units, and in the premises outside the building but still on the grounds, and with the violence to the mother, and sometimes they may violently also take away and go. This may happen when there is a family dispute. Suppose husband may come and take away the child and go. Maybe towards the last trimester they might have had family dispute, or mother-in-law may come and walk away with the child. Something like that. No, with the violence also they may take away the child and go. Then at home it can happen, and in other places. And in all these places they may use the force to abduct the child and go. So you have to be reminded of the abductor may not target a specific infant. Any infant they may take away and go. And then whenever there are opportunity arises, they say that 4 seconds is enough to abduct an infant. Can you imagine? 4 seconds. So within 4 seconds they may take away the child and walk away. But if you want to search a child and get, 4 seconds is not sufficient. We cannot find. Neither you cannot give birth to your child also in 4 seconds. But abducting a child within 4 seconds, it is possible. And so these things are there. So and how the child is getting abducted, and how code blue will be done, all those things I will leave it to the next speakers, because if I explain everything, other speakers will not be having much detail to tell you. Already Madam Vinci is there online, and they are going to teach you about code pink. As I was telling in my introductory speech, there are several international codes which are being used, and red is for fire, blue is for life-threatening emergencies, and white is for pediatric medical emergency, and pink is for infant abduction, and purple is for child abduction, and yellow on this one. Don't worry about this color. Usually code blue and code red only it is used commonly in all the hospitals. Rest of the other emergencies, the hospitals have their own colors. For example, code yellow is for mass casualty in one hospital, whereas code yellow is for hazardous spill in another hospital. And there is no international regulation that you have to use only this code. That kind of guideline is also not present anywhere. So only code blue and code red I have seen uniformly used. Code pink also to certain extent it is being used for infant abduction. But other colors may vary hospital to hospital. Some hospitals may not have the color code also, but still they may be having some other name. For example, in part of JCA, it is not, some hospitals, they are not using code blue, they call it as MET. MET is a medical emergency team. When there is a cardiac arrest, medical emergency team will arrive. So still we cannot say that, oh, you don't have code blue, you are not managing cardiorespiratory emergencies. It is not that way. You know, each hospital will have their own terminology to handle these kind of emergencies. In AIIMS also, we may not be using code blue, but it doesn't mean that we are not having code blue. Every ward we are having a team who are capable of managing the cardiorespiratory emergencies. So it is all only some of the terminologies which has been used, and it is commonly used now so that everybody is familiar with it. And if a person working in from one hospital moves to other hospital, when you have some common terminologies, you are familiar. So that is the advantage of having terminologies used very commonly. So like this, several codes are there. So today you will be learning about code pink, and thanks for the opportunity. And you will learn about in detail how the code pink team is being constituted, who are all the members of the code pink team, and how they will be conducting the mock drill, what is the roles and responsibilities of each of the member, and how long you will be searching an infant. How long you will search? Will you search for the whole day? By the time the child would have crossed borders and gone to different states also. So how long you can wait, and how you should escalate, when you should seek the help of the police. You know, all these things you will be learning part of the code pink. So you will know the time limit to search and when you should escalate it to the higher authorities, and higher authorities will be escalating it to the police, because it will become a combined responsibility then after certain time. All those things you will be learning in detail. So this is just an introduction about the magnitude of the infant and child abduction, for what purpose they are being abducted, and what are all the types of abduction, and how the hospitals and as nurses we need to be prepared to prevent the abduction and to handle the abduction in case if it happens, will be dealt by the speakers who are there with us online. Thank you very much. Any doubt? Is it clear? Yes. You can reserve your doubts and you can ask subsequently to the speakers also. I will also be here for some time. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for elaborating such a big topic in a very short span of time. I now request our coordinator, Ms. Cecilia AIIMS, to present Principal Ma'am with the memento. इनका present. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Vincy Ashok Tribhuvan to throw some light. Our first speaker from who has joined us online. We welcome you, ma'am, and we are very grateful to have you here. To throw some light on the topic, Safeguarding Infants and Children, Child Approach. Ma'am is a result-oriented professional with exemplary leadership skills and an unwavering attitude toward team building and customer focus. Expert at nursing practice, administration and quality with more than 25 years of experience, a Six Sigma Green Belt skilled at conceptualizing and implementing continuous quality improvement. She is the General Manager, Corporate Group Head Nursing at Shayadri Hospital Private Limited, Pune, managing 8 hospitals nursing team of 1200 and Maharashtra's chapter president ANEI. Quality and Accreditation Institute QAI's assessor for Green Hospital Standards. She is also the lead for the task group of Climate Champions, an initiative of health and environment leadership platform, and Global Green Healthy Hospitals. Ma'am is a registered nurse, RNRM, PBBSc, PGD, HHM, MBA, Healthcare Management, and currently pursuing PhD in Healthcare Management. Ma'am, I would like to give this valuable time to you. Over to you, ma'am. Ma'am, I request you to unmute.
Need to unmute, ma'am.
Hello everyone, very good morning to you. Can you see my slide?
Just wait, ma'am.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
You can see my slide now?
Yes, ma'am. 1 minute. It is going to be displayed. Sorry for the technical glitch.
No problem, no problem.
Over to you, ma'am.
Can you see my slide now?
Yes.
Okay, a very good morning to all of you. It is still good morning, and thank you so much, Dr. Lata and Team AIIMS for having me here. And thank you so much again to Dr. Lata for giving a very detailed brief on child abduction, because it is one of the most sensitive and cruelest form of crime anyone can do against a child and against a parent. We would not know if we do not empathize how painful, how deeply it may devastate not one life, but so many at a time, the entire family. So just let us see how we have to safeguard infant and children, and from a child and parent's perspective, what all they need to be careful about here. So as per National Center of Missing and Exploited Children, the infant and child abduction is defined as any time an infant or child is noticed to be missing from any place within the hospital or hospital grounds. Child abduction or theft is an authorized removal of a minor, a child under the age of legal adulthood, that is 18 and 21 in India, from the custody of the child's natural parents or legally appointed guardians. There are two types, as Dr. Lata had explained. It could be a parental child abduction or abduction by a stranger. So what are the impact of the problem? Just let us see some statistics. Around 335 children under the age have been abducted, among which 140 were abducted from healthcare facilities. And the statistics say that 28,000 babies get switched in hospitals every year, temporarily or permanently, out of 4 million births annually. 28,000 babies getting switched. It's such a magnetic, it is such a huge problem, because those babies and those mothers are with us in our safe hands. How could we allow this to happen? Some estimates say 1 out of every 8 babies are given to the wrong parents at some time during their hospital stay, with high capacity hospitals being closer to 1 in 4. That means where more number of beds are happening, it even can come to 1 in 4. So these are some of the statistics I wanted you to know in between 1964 and 2021. In a general thing, around among 335 people abductions, 140. I want you to focus on what is happening in healthcare facilities. So 140, the major number had happened in the hospital, and among which 5 are still missing. So in the hospital, Dr. Lata has already again explained, but let me re-emphasize. If we see mother's room is the one which we feel more safe about. Mother is there, family is there, healthcare people are there. Then why 82 kids have gone from there? It is something for us to think about as nurses, as healthcare workers, as a team. Why these atrocities are happening? So safeguarding children is not just a nurse's job. It is not just a mother's job because the mother is there, or the father is present, or the family is present. It's a multidisciplinary approach. So as an organization, we have to have specific healthcare policies, critical incident response plans, just like Code Pink is one of that. Then only we will be able to effectively combat this infrequent but highly visible and highly cruelest form of crime. In healthcare facility, we are the nurses or the surrogate parents and the front line of defense in preventing abduction. So if this says what? When a baby is in a cradle, or maybe when she's unwashed, can all the nurses go together for lunch together, for breaks together? So these statistics, these lines give us a lot of food for thought. So these characteristics of typical infant abductors have been already explained to you all. Still, just briefly, they are always of a female who appears to be pregnant, very compulsive, and always have the traits of manipulating, lying, and frequently they visit the hospital with no purpose. Then ask questions about maternity floor layout and other units. They frequently uses fire exit stairwells. They do not use lifts. That is the reason most of the hospitals have banned any patient or relative using the fire exit. They are supposed to only use the lift. And these people frequently impersonate a nurse or some other healthcare worker. And they are too friendly. They get into, they have a small chit chat with healthcare workers just to know our routine and the purpose of what we are doing all in the whole day. So apart from this, there are some risk factors which you all have to be aware about. Is when you interact with the patient's mother, child's mother, or the family, you will get to know some kind of history about their family. Kind of already there was a child abuse, child neglect, and maybe one of the parent or some family member in joint family is an abuser of drug or alcohol, and there have been already a history of a child being abducted from the family. And then sometime in family disputes and other times there are talks about, nay, I'll look into you. I'll just let me see how you are raising your child. All those, these kind of some talks you get to hear, some interaction, conversation, then your alarm bells should be ringing. That I should keep more, I should be more vigilant in this room or about this particular child. So, as staff nurses, as staffs, what are we should be looking into our hospitals to prevent abduction? I'm sorry, abduction. What are the process? What are the small things as to alarm us? They should be suspicious of anyone who are visiting the unit without any purpose. The scene of anyone carrying an infant in their arms, because our hospital protocol says kids, the newborns, cannot be carried in arms. They are supposed to be in bassinet. So if you see somebody carrying a large bags, packages, you should raise an alarm. And also, the abductor may target patients' room that are far away from the nurse's station. That is near an exit, near a stairway, near an elevator. She may also, or maybe somebody who is accompanying, who is with her help. They can create a diversion. He may create, or someone else must be creating a diversion some other side. So that is the reason we always tell, even if there is a code blue, even if there is some unwanted things, even something happening anywhere in the inside the layout of the hospital, please do not all of you run together. You know, it is a human tendency. Something happens, code blue happens, all the six staff nurses in the floor go to rescue that one particular patient, which is not needed. Hospitals have got set protocols. Who has to be part of that? Not all of us are needed. At this time, we are endangering other patients who are in our safe care, who are in our with our hands. We are endangering them, rest of the patients, because we have the tendency of running to that one incident or one person where some chaos is happening. And also the parents need to know that if they want to walk with their infant, he should be in the bassinet, not in parent's arm. This is part of parental education. And distribute guidelines, as Lata madam had explained in detail, where many clinics now, many hospitals have got birth care starting from the antenatal itself. They are counseled, moral support is given about feeding, and what are all the psychological experiences, impact the child going to have in the family life or the parent life. In that particular thing, very sensitive manner, without making it so obvious, we can always say these kind of guidelines, how to take care of their children, and some information about how this can happen even in healthcare. So information may cover all relevant healthcare facility identification procedures, visitation policies, and the importance of never leaving the child unattended. Hospital discharge parent education should include guidelines for prevention of child abduction in the home and community. Parents or guardians should be encouraged to ask questions when their children are taken from them while in healthcare facilities. So what does it say? If the parent is, say, maybe like me kind of a parent who is very overprotective, most of us are, right? So we tend to ask questions. We tend to be very enthusiastic about, oh, my child was taken to so and so radiology investigation or some other thing. Why she or he has not come back? So as nurses, are we in a position to tell, ये तो बहुत किट का पेशेंट है, बार-बार क्वेश्चन पूछते हो, किधर जाएगा? पेशेंट तो इधर ही रहेगा ना, बेबी किधर जाएगा? हॉस्पिटल में रहेगा ना? Please do not be so. Encourage patients to ask you questions. Let them ask. Let them interact with you more. So how a parent can be focused? So because a parent and the child is in the hospital, can they be carefree? Can they leave everything on the hospital and the staffs? And can they hold only the hospital and the staffs responsible for something happening? No, they have got their own responsibilities too. So the infant security band, we have to teach them. There is an ID band which is put at the time of birth with the right identification. Footprints, which I will come later, footprints of the child is taken with, and that is coordinated with the right index fingers print of a parent. So it is always in coordination. So these things When we do the admission process, when we put the identification band, this all should be explained to the parents. They are laymen. They don't know all this. For them, it matters. So then only they will be more careful if the ID band is falling off, or if the ID band has got wet, or it is not visible. So the importance of this check mechanisms what we have in our healthcare facilities, we should let the parents and patients know. So, educate parents to call the nurse right away if the baby's band comes off. The nurse should replace it immediately in the presence of both parents if possible. Make sure the parents know your name and the names of other unit staff who might take the baby to the nursery or to another department for a test. So here another thing comes is, as nurses, we are not supposed to, it is mandatory in private hospitals, corporate hospitals, it's part of our induction plan that my patient has to know my name and I should know my patient's name. I cannot be calling any of my patients by bed number, by room number, by so on so thing. So when the parents know your name and you know their name, the bond is, more deep. There comes a level where the healthcare patient experience is enhanced in a different level. So ensure proactive interaction with the mother to determine if any threats or domestic situations, what I mean, exist that could create a security problem for the infant. So once you get to know these things are happening with this lady or at home, these are there predominantly, then you can be more careful. Familiarize them with the unit ID badges. Encourage them to ask to see identification of anyone who comes to look at the baby or take the baby to nursery. So this is one thing where we say in private and corporate hospitals, not a staff should be in any of the part of the hospital without their ID. Because without their hospital ID, they are nobody inside the hospital. So tell the parents, educate the parents, always ask for the ID of the patient. Let them inspect it before handing over the child for any purpose. If at any time your parent feels uncomfortable with someone who is in the room, she should press the call bell to summon a staff member. Write down the unit routine on a whiteboard in the patient's room. When the parents know that unit's routine, they are more likely to notice when something isn't right. So this is another kind of practice we do in our hospitals is each patient's bed has got a whiteboard, a smaller size whiteboard where the hospital, we write, the nurse and doctors do write in a very brief manner of the day's routine, what the day is going to be for the child or for the patient. So the parents are already aware, so and so time my child will go for this checkup or this referral. So they will also arrange their routines in such a way they are present with the child at that time. Have ID photos taken of child every 6 months. This is not only for healthcare but generally, and include information about your child's height, weight, hair color and eye color in a file. This is for all parents, just to have a check, Have your child's fingerprinted and footprinted. Many local police departments sponsor fingerprinting programs. Find out if they are available in our town. Make a file of your child's most recent medical and dental records. This is all about parents. So what we are supposed to see? See, for infant, we are safeguarding them as taking their footprint, their fingerprint, and then having their, some people even store their umbilical cord blood in lab. For this is also an method of identification, and then ID bands. All those things are there because infant is one who we are supposed to look into it. But once the child grows up, they cross this 2-year-old of thing. They have their own will. They understand things. So how do you educate your child to be safe at all environment? Start by educating your child. Teach how to avoid a dangerous situation and how to get out of them. Should a dangerous situation occur, make sure the child knows how to give a police officer her name, address, and phone number. Never to accept candy or gift from a stranger. how to use the telephone to call home, other places you might be, and how to dial an emergency. It varies from state to state or country to country. So these small things, tell the child to memorize the parents' phone numbers or somebody who is very close, who is a safe person. Never to tell anyone over the phone or at the front door that he's home alone. Working parents have the habit, or some parents having thinking the opposite person is very sweet, telling mera bacha aaj ghar pe akela hai, or at the front door waving at the child so loudly and telling bacha darwaja band kar lena, close the door, so be safe. This is not needed to be discussed with anybody. Tell the child that, don't even tell to your friends that you are home alone. You cannot trust anybody now. Don't even trust your neighbors, with very limited exceptions. So never to go anywhere with a stranger, even it sounds like fun. So most of the time, these preschool children, they are more fun-loving. So they are mesmerized by someone who is fun-loving and who gives ideas to them how going with him or her can be fun. So educate the child about all this and what to do if such kind of situation comes. Some difficulties are there. Then what to do? How to look for a trusting police officer or somebody? How to look for all this? So this all are your contingency kind of a plan. How in case if child comes into trouble. And also speak to the school authorities and your child and at your home who is allowed to pick the child from school, home, or even from the hospital. Tell the child, the person, so this is what we have taught our children. The person who may be our very own uncles, distant uncles, somebody may be an auntie who comes and tells, your mama is waiting there for you. Your father is there. He just stuck up somewhere and he told me to pick you up. So just let the child think, my mother, my father will never be just few feet away from me and not come to pick me up. Rather, tell the child be where she is. And she can go back to her principal, go to the teacher, go to some adult responsible and tell that my parents have not yet come. I have to wait for some more time. Can I be with you rather than going with that whoever has come in the name of parent to pick up the child? And in whose car it is okay to ride and in whose it's not. To say no and then leave quickly if a stranger asks her to help with something. We are teaching children bad touch and good touch. The child has to realize, even male children, why only bother about girl? Even male children are in very dangerous situations now. Most schools we have seen male teacher abusing the male children in bathrooms. So I encourage the child to talk. When the child comes from school, speak to the child. How was your day? Understand by his emotions, by his facial expressions. Sometimes children feel so awkward, they would not want to express certain things. And you can also at times take help from the friends of the child. So to run away and scream if someone follows him or tries to force him into your car. To say no to anyone who tries to make her do something you have said is wrong or touch her in a way that makes her feel very uncomfortable. Instruct the child to raise an alarm if someone asks personal questions, he exposes himself, or otherwise makes her or him feel uneasy. That she needs to always ask permission from a parent to leave the house, to go anywhere, to a park, along with friends, and going to a friend's house. Sometimes children have the habit of, going, telling that I'm going to this friend's house, and from there the entire gang will go to somebody else's home. So that, even to that minute detail, you have to instruct your children. The neighbor or relative's safe home. There are always one person whom you can trust completely. Your child should know that, and he should be that person child will go to at times of distress. And to avoid alleys and vacant lots when walking to school or a friend's house. So as Lata Madam has explained, Joint Commission has established some best practices guidelines for preventing infant abduction in the hospital. That is, attach security identically, attach secure identically numbered bands to the infant, mother and father or significant others immediately after the birth. Footprint the infant, take a color photograph of him and record his physical examination within 2 hours of birth. Implement an infant security tag or abduction alarm system. See, this is Joint Commission has come out with. I don't know how well or how far these things will be implemented in Indian scenario, especially Indian government hospitals. And even it has got limitations in private hospitals also. Transport infants only in bassinets. Do not allow them to be carried or left in the hallway without direct supervision. Establish a tracking system to document where the infant is at all times. Require staff to wear up-to-date, conspicuous, color photographed ID pages, and they are also saying that if, apart from your routine ID, if a person is handling children and in the child care unit, they have to have one more ID band to showcase that. You know, it is kind of a double check. Don't publish birth announcement in local newspaper. Don't post the full names of mothers or infants where other patients, visitors can see them. Control access to the maternity unit. For instance, keep all unit X doors locked and make sure they are monitored by video surveillance camera with the date and time. So here, when our patients get a transfer to other unit for investigations, what we do is we had created a pink chip system. In my own hospital, this was one of my initiatives because we got lot of complaints from patients that we are taken to investigations, and at times for hours people do not bother us. Sometimes we have not had lunch, sometimes we are waiting in a corridor for a long time and nobody bothers. So what we did is, you know, whenever there is always a security in each floor, whenever a patient leaves a floor, the nurse writes a pink sheet and she puts it in front of her on the soft board, and the security enters it in his own logbook, and within 30 minutes if that patient has not come. Why that pink sheet was created? Why that color? Because whenever a nurse sits for some documentation, some activity, that pink sheet in front of her reminding her that one of your patient is away from your unit. So that is an alarm system, the security checks, and then we track the patient and do the needful, and which can be also helpful in tracking the children and keeping them safe. So what should you do if an infant or child is reported missing on your unit? So here comes code pink. Most of the hospitals have implemented, planned, and they do the mock drill very systematically, and it's one of the most integral and important part in process of accreditation. So first, the child is missing. Before raising an alarm, within few minutes, as like Dr. Lata said, you cannot waste time. Maybe at the most you will take 1 to 2 minutes. Search your own area thoroughly within few minutes. Do not waste time. There's a golden hour is there. There is some timelines are set. So do not waste time. Account first for all newborns and children of the unit. Then you contact the security. Then contact the parent and the legal guardian if they are not present. Then these all 4 steps should not take more than 2 minutes, and then you have to initiate code pink. Code pink is the one at some hospitals, they call it as code violet. Some hospitals, mostly it is called as code pink, is the code for child abduction. So here multi-level people are involved. So from this, I am leaving this to Ms. Our colleague Leena Chandrasekharan, who will be in detail explaining to all what is code pink is all about and what as a nurse a crucial important role you play in finding the child. Of course, let us all go positively. So to comprise and to conclude, I would say, let us not depend on the system. Let us not depend on someone else. Let us not depend on, pass on the ball to somebody else. That is her job or his job. When a patient is admitted with us, I as a nurse is the sole responsible person. And if I put my whole and soul, and if I perform my duty with whole integrity, I can prevent so many preventable deaths and so many abductions and so much of miseries and pain which is caused to the patient, the child, and the family, the parents, and of course, as a nationwide, so many things as a nurse I can do. Let me believe in myself and let me take a oath today to safeguard all my patients, especially the most vulnerable ones, the children in my unit. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for patiently hearing me. Hello? Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for enhancing our knowledge. And yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Th- Thank you, ma'am, for enhancing our knowledge and covering all the aspects which we need to address safeguarding infants and children as a child approach. Indeed, prevention is better than cure. The child approach is an important way of safeguarding the little ones. And thank you, ma'am, for elaborating how to take care of the children and how to take care of the infants, even in the hospital, at home. And it was real encouraging for us to, even our own children, how we can take care of, not only in the hospital, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Vincy. I think very clearly you have explained. Usually, code pink means we always think about the mock drill only. The preventive measures also have to be given equal importance, and your lecture was really enlightening how we can identify the child and prevent the abduction and create the awareness. So it has to start from there. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Uh, For the next session, I would like to call Ms. Leena Chandrasekharan to kindly enlighten the audience on safeguarding infants and children as a system approach. In previous session, we have understood like how to safeguard the child. Now, how we are going to safeguard the system approach. So, ma'am is currently working as head nursing operations, Mehta Multi Speciality Hospitals Private Limited, and she's a president association of the Nurse Executive India Tamil Nadu chapter, and managing council member of INS. And previous position, she worked as a chief nursing officer for the global hospitals and Deputy Director of Nursing for Global Hospitals. And her accomplishments are NABH Internal Assessor and NABH Nursing Excellence Internal Auditor and NABH Emergency Excellence Internal Assessor. And she has got many awards and appreciations for her.
Madam Vincy, can you mute your mic?
Vincy, ma'am.
Mute your mic.
Thank you, ma'am. And for her awards as a performer of the year 2020-21, it was a team appreciation nursing direct Mehta Hospitals, and she has a distinguished nurse award at ANBA Teachers Day Award Program 2019. And she has got many memberships like governing body member presenting the South Zone in Critical Care Nurses Society. It is from 2013 to 2018. Honor Society of Nursing, Sigma Theta Tau international member of the ETA Pi chapter. Registration number is like 1213088. And she has got many other awards and for her credit. And now I welcome ma'am to start the session, ma'am. I welcome Leena, ma'am. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Good morning to ladies and gentlemen. Dignitaries, the organizing chairperson, Dr. Lata, and the chief guest of the day, Dr. Arvind, and guest of honor, Paul, and the organizing committee. Thank you for children who are affected. So my first slide itself is going to speak about the code pink, where Lindsay had just stopped. So we all know that this is one of the most important system approach which any hospital should put in place for preventing or finding out children who are getting abducted. So code announcement is something which doesn't happen often. So we have to make sure that we have practice in place, we have mock drills so that the team is always ready enough for any disaster to be managed. So there are different team members involved in Code Pink. As we all know, as we are nurses, the most important person in the healthcare team is the nurse, and she is the fulcrum, and everything rotates around her. Everybody expects her to be on her toes and know everything and keep everything at her fingertip. So without nurse, nothing is going to start or nothing is going to end. So she is at the starting and at the end. So the nurse is the most important person in the code team. Then we have the facility team. At different hospitals, we have different methods. At our hospital, we have the facility manager, and under him is the security services. And of course, the management is an important part, because when we don't solve code pink, when we don't find out the child who's been abducted, then naturally we have to approach our management for further processes. The first and most important thing is mock drills, and in that, the first thing is announcement. Announcement always has to be clear, it has to be audible, and we have to check our PA systems regularly. So when we don't have a good PA system, then usually code pink fails, because code pink is something which has to be heard by different parts of the hospital, or else it's a huge hospital like AIIMS, at least the entire block has to be, the entire block teams have to hear code pink so that the child doesn't get out of that building. So the PA system check has to be done at least once a month so that there is clarity in announcement. Then the nurses have to be trained how to announce. Sometimes it's just not the nursing team which announces, it can be the other teams also which announces, especially when there is an abduction in the play area. So abduction can happen outside the wards or outside the nursery or the neonatal ICU. The previous slide, please. The previous slide, yeah. So after we announce, then what happens? All the respective teams have to gather, and then they start looking. So the nurse has to be clear while she gives the description of the child. So what was the age of the child? Where was the child? Which room? When did the nurse see the child last? What was the attire the child was wearing? What was the color of the attire? So all these details she has to give so that the security is able to search. And simultaneously what happens is there are many people getting involved. So there are important closure points like the ward gate, the staircase from where the child has been abducted, all the close by staircases. All the access doors have to be closed. The digital access doors, which I mean, the fire exit must be guarded. The lift has to be stopped and it has to be guarded. And the main hospital gate has to be closed. If it is a building, then that particular building gate has to be closed. I'm still on the first slide. Thanks. So once we close all the points, then it is very easy for us to catch hold of the person who has abducted the child. If it is a newborn, then usually they are carried in small baskets, bags, or even wrapped and carried as if they carry a luggage. So we have to be watchful, especially when there is an announcement made for a neonate. So once we do all these things, someone has to watch the CCTV. That's the most important part of the code pin. So CCTV has to be, the access for watching this has to be kept at a desk where there's 24 hours watch. So when we watch this, then it's easy for us to get hold of the abduction. So once we finish getting hold, once we have found out, then we have to clear the code. So once we clear the code, then people get to know that the child has been found, and they need not panic anymore, and they come to know that the code is over, the baby is safe. So clearing code is also a very important part of the announcement. The next slide, please. Okay, this was already touched upon by our two previous speakers. This is all about the ID band. So ID band is the most important part and parcel of any patient getting admitted. It starts right from the admission desk. So all our patients have ID band. And most often, it's very easy for a child to remove the ID band because they're not happy about having the ID band. So parents tend to ignore ID band, they remove it and they throw it. So on admission, it is important that the nurse explains to the parent or to the guardian that ID band has to stay on till the patient gets discharged. I also make sure that the contents of the ID band doesn't get erased. And if at all it gets erased, then it has to be rewritten in another ID band used. So make sure that the child is never left alone. In case there is one parent or one guardian getting admitted, then there are chances that they leave the child alone while they have to do the other work like going to the billing department or going for getting an appointment in the OPD, etc. They tend to leave the child alone. So we have to ensure that our system says, and we say that this is the policy of the institution, that we should not encourage any child to be left alone even for few minutes. There was an incident in one of the hospitals where the mother left the child alone, but she had told the nurse. The nurse was, of course, busy in the nurse's station, and she said, because it's few minutes, I will offer to just have a look. But unfortunately, the mother returned only after 1 hour or so. This was on the newspaper. And then a canteen person goes inside for serving food. Then he misbehaves with the child because it was a female child. And then the mother comes back, gets to know that there was something like this happened. Then they interrogate and then they find out the person, and then it goes on to becoming a POCSO because it was involving a female child and a male getting inside. And then finally the person was handed over to the police. So we have to ensure that the nurse is adequately oriented not to accept while she is busy. If at all she is free enough and she can spare her few minutes taking care of the child, then she can always accept. Not necessary that there could be an abduction, but there could be such mishaps also happening, and then there is query to the safety of the child. During transportation, it can be intra-hospital transportation or inter-hospital transportation, especially when the hospital is of a huge size, then you have to move the child from one building to another building where the radiology department is situated. Then there is a long distance that the child has to travel. So again, systems in place that has to be put in. There should be some healthcare worker, a part of the nursing team. One of them have to accompany the child. They cannot leave it to the housekeeping staff to transport. And inter-hospital transfers. This can happen in smaller hospitals where they don't have all the services inside the hospital, where they have to transfer the children outside the hospital for various investigations like radiological investigations or special investigations. So in this case again, who goes along with the child in the ambulance? Is it, in case it is a outsourced ambulance, then who takes the responsibility? Are we leaving it to the technician who is part of the outsourced ambulance, or is someone from our team accompanying? Is this the policy of the institution? So all these have to be framed, and these things have to be put in place, because abduction or misconduct can happen anywhere during travel outside the institution or even inside the hospital transportation. The next slide, please. So nurse is the first one to whistle blow. Always we know, not alone in this situation. In any situation, we empower our nurses to whistle blow whenever there is a patient safety issue. So getting the nurses to whistle blow early escalation, like what Vinci was saying, in case there's something, then not to waste any time, not to look out or not to try to solve the problem themselves, because that could take all the time. So early escalation in any doubtful situation or circumstances to be encouraged. This has to be made as a part of the culture of the hospital. Asking parents to escalate any doubtful personal photography or own relative abduction. This was again spoken by our two speakers. There could be family disputes which could lead to the own family member abducting the child. So in case there is any doubtful situation, the parent or the guardian has to escalate this to the nurse in charge or the nurse who's taking care of the child. There have been many occasions where even in our own hospital we've had the father and the mother-in-law come and have a fight here. We even called the court grey for that because of the family dispute. They were trying to own the child. The father was saying no, the wife cannot take care of the child, and they were trying to take the child out of the hospital. So immediate announcing of code grey in such violent situation will also help us prevent code pink. Visiting hours policy is very, very important. As said by the previous speaker, anyone can carry the newborn, especially when there is a newborn. We have a lot of visitors and it's very difficult for us to restrict because it's a happy moment, and people get offended when we say sorry, we don't allow visitors. So naturally we tend to overlook this component. So we have to ensure that visiting hours policy is very, very strict. Bear it in mind because there can be an abduction. Most of the time we watch on the news, and in many of the hospitals, in smaller hospitals, we have heard in the news saying that repeatedly some strangers come inside the hospital and they have abducted newborn. This is mainly to give away to the parents who don't have children. This is one of the reasons which comes up on the news. So they sell newborn. So likewise, we have to ensure that visiting hours policy is adhered to, because we tend to think that it is one of the relative who's come to visit the newborn. But actually it can be someone, some stranger who takes an opportunity of this huge crowd which is inside the hospital, and then they tend to take away the child. Tell our nurses not to accept to watch over the baby while she is busy, because she will not be able to do that. So promising and not being able to take care of the child again results in unsafe situation. The next slide, please. So regular environmental audit for child safety is very important. We all know physical abuse from attendants is something which we all have to be careful. It doesn't happen just at home alone. Most of the physical abuse happens from our own circle, not necessarily from a stranger. Studies have shown that it is from our own attendant circle that a child has physical abuse. So making sure that that doesn't happen in the hospital is our responsibility. It should not happen from our staff. That is even more dangerous. So we should have curriculum for our staff, not alone the nursing staff, for other non-clinical staff as well, the housekeeping staff, the catering staff, and the facility staff, the security. All these people have to be oriented on child safety and how they are supposed to behave in the hospital. What is professional behavior? How do they talk? What is the distance they maintain while talking? And not necessary that they have to have any physical contact with the child, and not to enter the room when they don't see any adult who's accompanying the child. So all these have to be incorporated in the curriculum, and it has to be given to the clinical and non-clinical staff on a regular basis. Then sensitizing teams to respond to parents' concern immediately. If any parent raises any concern inside the hospital, then we automatically become responsible for the same. So getting to know their concerns and acting upon them immediately has to be told to our team. Then involving the ICC committee, internal complaints committee, whenever required. In case there is any physical abuse, we can use the hospital lawyer to clarify doubts And then if there is a requirement that we have to tell the police, then that has to be done immediately. So in case it is a ICC. Family violence coordinator can be organized by the hospital. This is done usually in most of the bigger hospitals. We can identify a person within our system who can be a family violence coordinator, and that person is called whenever there is a suspected violence to be happening or when there is a violence, because that can result in child abduction. Then CCTV to be kept, to be watched, to be to a team which is able to watch the CCTV 24/7 and not to just leave those televisions unattended. Access control, gate with lock and key during night duties, security at pediatric ward, the neonatal ICU and the labor room is one of the system approach which is very important. So in our hospital, we have lot of digital access control, and these control gates have got access numbers, and it is given to only people who are eligible to go inside the ward. So we can have such systems, and certain hospitals have lock and key, which protects the ward during, especially during night hours. Then security at the pediatric wards, like in our hospital, we have got 5 pediatric wards. We have a neonatal ICU which is 30 bedded, and the labor room. So all these are guarded by the security. So we have security at each ward that can also be instituted. The next slide, please. This is not directly linked with abduction, but I thought I have to touch upon MLCs because again, this can be misused. So filing MLC for children in case of poisoning, drowning, burns, falls, non-accidental injuries, etc. help us to further prevent the child and protect the child. So this has to be keenly watched. And when you suspect a non-accidental injury, in case there is injury to both sides of the body, and the explanation of the parent doesn't match the injury, bruise on non-mobile child, untreated injuries, delays in presentation, injuries with a pattern. So all these we have to suspect. There was my pediatric HOD, then he was telling us a story. When he was working in the government setup, he had a mother who came and said that the child had fallen from the first floor. So that was a girl child, and then they didn't raise an MLC, and the following year, again the same mother came, and then she said her second daughter also fell from the first floor. Again, this time also they didn't raise an MLC. Then the subsequent year, again she came with the third girl child, and she said that child also fell from the first floor. So because it was the same doctor who had attended all the 3 years, when he suspected, then he got to know that it was the mother who was actually throwing the child from the first floor. So then the third time they were vigilant enough and they had raised a medical legal case against this particular incident. So then they had to call the mother and find out. So all these things went on. So there could be incidences which are missed by the medical fraternity, and we have to be serious about all the suspected injuries. So medical legal cases filing is very important because this again safeguards the child. The next slide, please. Educating parents. This was touched upon by both the speaker. It's very important, right in the hospital as well as how do they take care at home and in the community. So safe parenting and child safety education as a part of health education, this can be incorporated in all the pediatric wards and ICUs. So educating parents and documenting the same in the file list, an important part of the nurses' work. Brochures can be developed on this particular topic, and we can educate our parents. The next slide, please. Safety, yeah, this slide, I'll talk this slide. Okay, we can also prepare videos. In our hospital, we have prepared videos to bring about awareness among parents, and we have a huge television which is at the waiting area in the OPD that keeps running all these videos. We also have videos in the OPD where we have all these awareness. We have televisions in the ward, and that also has all these awareness videos which keeps getting played in their rooms. So we can think of such things. Hospital can make videos, and we can use that as a means of bringing about awareness among parents. The previous slide, please. The previous slide. Yeah. Safety at play area, because most of the hospitals tend to have a separate play area, and they dedicate this area with lot of toys and lavish space for children to use. So abduction can happen even in this area. So abduction during playtime, especially while there is a dedicated play area, we have to be careful about the policy. Security has to be manned. CCTV surveillance is very important and it is mandatory. And child has to be permitted only in the presence of the parent. So parent has to accompany the child throughout their play. They have to have a register, a manual documentation of who is going inside and how long they are staying, who's accompanying the child, and when are they leaving the playroom. So this might be a very difficult task, but it will always be helpful. A manual register is mandatory. So if we have all these policies in place, again there is safety at play area too. I think I finished all my slides. Yeah. The last slide is on newborn safety. We've heard so much from Dr. Lata. Newborn, they can be carried away very easily. So CCTV in the ward corridors, and then even in the fire exit areas, we have to encourage, especially where there is a neonatal ICU and a labor room. Then NICU access control and tight security. We have a policy saying only mothers has to have the right to visit the baby 24/7. And even the dad is not permitted throughout the day. It's only once a day and only for 10 minutes. So we have a strict policy on in the neonatal ICU in the labor room, then we can avoid such abductions. Main hospital entrance, we can have barricade and frisking policy. So if we have a tight frisking policy, then anyone who goes out, their baggage is checked. So there are chances that newborn can be wrapped and they can be put in a small bag and carried away. So if we have a strict frisking policy, then this will certainly help us find out any newborn who's getting abducted. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable information and guidance in safeguarding infants and children as a system approach. We could learn many things from your session, ma'am. How we can safeguard our own wards with the security guards by training them, by locking them, by using the CCTV cameras and other advanced technology which is available now. We make use of all those things in our system, ma'am, to safeguard our infant and children. Thank you, ma'am, for the elaborate session on this topic, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Leena, for accepting our invitation, and it was a good session. Thank you.
Now I call Ms. Lewis, ma'am, to have an interaction with the participants. We did not talk to each other for a long time. Only sessions are going on. So let's have a little interaction with each other.
Good afternoon. The fault is entirely ours, and we are very sorry for that. In the morning, it was a little bit of rush because of some unavoidable circumstances, so we didn't get time to introduce to each other. So we'll just take 5 minutes. My apologies to the next speaker, Ms. Harita Vijayan. We'll just take 5 minutes to introduce each other. So let me start with myself. I'm Mrs. Lewis Muri. I'm associate professor at the College of Nursing, and I'm in the pediatric nursing department. Specialty. Thank you. That our team members can also introduce themselves. I request them, Cecilia ma'am and Meena ma'am.
I'm Cecilia, Department of Pediatrics Associate Professor. Myself, Meena,
Ram Kopal.
myself, Ragopal Sharma, I'm a student. I'm working in AIIMS now. I'm working my AIIMS.
माइक को पास कर दीजिए इस तरफ. हाँ.
I am Nancy Thomas, working in AB5I.
Thank you.
I am Chitra. I am working in AB5 ward.
Thank you. Yes, you can say your name and the ward since we don't have much time.
Myself, Sarama Varghese, working in NSOT.
I am Shweta K, working in MCU ward.
I am Lindsay Alfred, working as a nursing officer in MCU.
I am Seema Jassal, working in AB ICU as a senior nursing officer.
Myself, Priyadarshini, working in CDVS ICU.
Thank you.
Myself, Matthew Varghese, working as NAS in IRCH.
Thank you.
Myself, TH Asanya Agnes, working as an ICN in ISH.
I am Pooja, working in C6 ward.
I am Cheena Biju, working in D7 HDU.
Hello, myself Monica Parkik, working in D7 as a senior nursing officer.
My name is Sonia, working in all private fifth floor.
Hello, my name is Renu Sharma. I'm working in E-Private 3rd floor.
My name is Amandeep Kaur, working in CNT 6 ward.
Sunil Singh here, working in CDR OT.
Thank you. Can you please pass on the mic that side? Yeah. One of you can help. Deepika. Deepika, can you
Hi,
please
I'm Simran.
help
I'm
in
working
passing the
in new
mic?
emergency.
Thank you.
Hello, myself Neeraj Singh Rajput, working in new emergency.
I am Azmat Ali, working in City 6 Peds Cardiology.
Thank you.
Yes, I am. Hello. I am ANS in RPC OT.
Hello. Hello, Archana Bino, now working in COVID vaccination area.
I am Ramya from Alderite 4th floor.
Hello, I am Geeta Yadav, working in Ward 4B PhD Dr. RP Center.
Hi, I'm Regila from RPC ward.
Hello, I'm Nagin Chormar, working in Trauma Center.
Hello, my name is Shishram. I'm working in a beta ICU.
Do we have one more here?
Hello, my name is Nancy. I'm from Trauma Center.
So we are done with everyone, I suppose. So thank you so much for introducing yourself. And please feel free to ask questions. We have not been giving time, I guess, but you can give 5 minutes after the sessions to ask. If you have any other questions to ask, we can forward it to the resource persons also. So please feel free to interact and ask. We have an ice-breaking session, but since the time is short, we are going to postpone that. So I'll see you again. Thank you.
For the next session, I would like to request Ms. Harita Vijayan and Harita Vijayan, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for joining. Chicken. Ms. Arita Vishen is the GM Nursing and President ANEA Telangana chapter. Ma'am holds a Master's in Cardiovascular and Thoracic Nursing and Masters in Hospital Administration. She is a certified AIIMS simulator instructor from the Satvanagar Acute Medicine Foundation of the Education and Research, Norway. She has 20 years of extensive experience in hospital and academic settings, and she served as a scientific member of IEC for 5 years. She is a passionate nursing, highly motivated in a clinical nursing leadership and medical simulations, design and debriefing strategies. Ma'am is here to provide us with information on the topic infant and child abduction, alarm and response. How we are going to alarm and how we are going to respond when there is a incident of the infant or the child abduction. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for such a lovely and kind introduction. Give me a second to. Okay. Yeah, very good morning to all of you. It's indeed an honor for me to be here today. I thank the management and the organizing committee for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to talk to all of you today. So here in the talk, I'm going to focus on the alarm and response system and what we do in case of the abduction of an infant or child. Moving on. Can I have the next slide, please? Can I have the next slide? Yeah. So in 2006, there was a report by US Health System which said when we look at the statistics, around 235 reported cases of abduction which had happened. In that 117, that contribute around 50% occurred in the hospital setting. In that too, 57% of children was taken from their mother's room and roughly around 15 are taken from the newborn nursery, other pediatric ward or from the other unit of the hospital. So this data tell us how significant on the topic which we are talking today. And the outside the healthcare setting, around 38% of such reported cases. In that, contributing 38 from the private homes and 13 from the public venues. So in 1998, Joint Commission International termed the child abduction as a sentinel event. Now, knowing the magnitude of this issue, now what do we do? And especially the nurses. So prevention is the key. That is the very simple to remember. So when we talk about prevention, what we are expected to do, we must have a multi-layered approach. So what does it mean? The institution must have very good planning. It must have physical barriers, electronic aids, and ongoing training and education, not only for the staff, which also should include the parents and other family members. Moving on to next slide. Yeah, so there are a lot of reported incidents. So I thought to begin the discussion, it's always better to have the recent data. So the first picture is from Kerala in the month of Jan 2022. From a government institution, a child is being abducted, and then the child mother got the child back. However, it is a very bad time, and the people, parents, and the institution go through. Similarly, in Mumbai, there is a reported case wherein the child is being taken from the mother's side. When we look at both the cases, the common factor is that both the child got abducted from the mother's side. So that is what even the previous slide statistics was talking about. Now moving on to the next slide. Yeah. So now let's look little into the dynamics of the abductor. So around 66% proven to be the female all along. and followed by 22% of lone males. Now 7% which contributes to the male and female pair, and 3% of female pair, and only 2% includes a mixed group. So this is very important. The female are the larger population who are proven to be the abductor in any of the healthcare system, especially. Yeah, moving on. So now what do we do? So the moment we get the alarm response, what is action to be taken? The step one is, upon the information, the nurse or nurse in charge or the team of nurses, when they receive, they are expected to notify it to the facility operator and state the location of the patient care unit, the description of missing infant, and the place and time the infant was last seen. The second step, the facility operator will announce the code pin across the hospital or institution for the missing infant via the paging system. The third step is, the operator shall provide the responding personnel with the relevant information, which includes the abductor description, the location of the unit where the child was last seen. Next comes with, next slide please. So now the moment the code ping is announced, the code ping task force team is formed. So who are this task force involved? It is always a pre-designated multidisciplinary response team, and they are known as the code ping task force. And this team includes securities, mental health, maternal child health team members, engineering department, hospital quality department, and of course the nursing personnel. So the moment the task force is formed, the hospital incident command system will be used as an incident management structure. This is nothing but the command center. Next is, the task force team member leader shall be the assigned patient care board. Then the team member will be the ranking security representative, if at all this is happening in the hospital setup, not involving the child as a patient. Each task force member shall perform the specific function as assigned by the team leader, which supports the incident very objectively. Next is, so now what is the incident action plan? So far we discussed about the moment such incident is taking place or come to know what to do. Now this entire action plan objective includes establish a security perimeter around the alarm area. The area, the unit which it to happen has to be cordoned off, and followed by determine if the abduction has actually occurred. Okay, is it a false alarm or it is a real incident? Then come with identify the infant and the abductor if applicable. Next is recover the infant if applicable. Then communicate the situation to the staff and patients, because as and when it is necessary. This is very important, the step, because the code ping is announced, the whole hospital is aware about it. So the appropriate timely communication is the mandate to keep everyone, not in alarm phase, or not to create further panic among especially the mother and family members. Next comes with investigate and document the incident in very much detail. Next slide, please. Now let's look into what are the role of each task force member who are involved in this command or incident reporting team. So the staff of the maternal child health supposed to be immediately search the entire unit from where the child is missed. So staff members are assigned to search all the areas of the unit, which includes usually the locker room, examination and equipment room, staff restroom, public restroom, waiting room, empty room, and report back the result of the search to the charge nurse. So this is a protocol. No area, no corner in room or in the unit supposed to be isolated, and everywhere communication between the nursing staff, security, and others via health radios facilitates the transmission of information and coordination for the response support, which simply says that sooner the communication and close loop communication has to be there among all the team members, and we can use the handheld radio transmission information system or the mobile phone or the pager system, whichever is convenient according to the institutional protocol. Next slide, please. Now comes with the third group of people. Those are the security staff. The security staff is expected to immediately and simultaneously activate a search of the entire healthcare facility, both interior and the exterior, not only within the building, even the parking, even the outside of the hospital is supposed to be checked. If possible, not only if possible, I think it is a mandate known that all the exit, especially the parking lots, gate arms and door, and they're supposed to be locked immediately soon after the alarm comes, and then also to record the license plate number of any vehicle leaving the premises. Assist the nursing staff in establishing and maintaining the security in the unit, and establish a security perimeter around the facility until the possible abduction can be confirmed. This is what we discussed in the previous slide as well. And then contact the local law enforcement to take the support. Third comes with all other healthcare personnel in the facility. What is their role? Upon listening the squad ping, all of them are expected to immediately stop all kind of non-critical work, and then cover all the interior staircase doors, elevator area, and the doors that exit anywhere near their area. So they're supposed to be giving the coverage to all the exit door which are near to their particular floor or location or the unit. Staff members who are outside their own department area are to go to the nearest exit way. So there is no mandate they should come back to their respective area and then go to the exit. They can go to the nearest exit. Then next is that the fourth point is very much important. So when the second person reaches to the exterior door along with the first person, then one of them will go to the exit from that particular location, and then they will move to the facility to watch for the suspect leaving the facility grounds or entering a car. So this is where it is a handholding activity. The movement of the vehicle which is happening from the institution. Next is when an actual event happened. Let's see that what to do. So far we were talking about the role of each member included in the task force team. Then upon the discovery of the missing infant or the child, the code pink team leader will contact the administrator in charge, who will be the senior most person in the institution. Could be CEO or medical director, or it can be the chairman himself. So that particular person will be briefed by the team leader about the incident and what all happened and happening. All the reports will be given to them. Next slide, please. So now the moment the administrator is noted the incident, so the incident commander will come in place, and it's also known as the command center. So the administration in charge by policy will assume the role of incident commander or delegate the responsibility to the most qualified individual in the institution. The incident commander will appoint the appropriate command and general staff. So already we spoken about the task team. So the same team will come in action, and they all will be assembled to the command center. The incident commander will activate the hospital command center as appropriate, call for additional assistance in handling ongoing crisis management if at all required. The public information officer will ensure all information about the abduction is cleared by the incident commander and law enforcement authorities before being released to the staff member, family, friends, and media. Next slide, please. Now, what is the role of maternal child health staff? So the staff in that particular department, as we mentioned earlier, the team leader who supposed to be the concerned nurse of that particular child or the infant, or also can be the nurse lead of the team. So he or she will be obtain all the information regarding the description of the kidnapper and the child and infant and the situation in the unit at the time of kidnapping, and report it to the incident commander as and when required. The parents of the abducted infant are moved to the private room of the maternity floor. So to be relocated to another floor, but make sure that their belongings are part of the crime scene and must be protected throughout the investigation. So their belongings, whatever are there in the department, should not be handed over to them, and it should be under the custody of the hospital security personnel. So notify the involved pediatrician and other concerned team of doctors about the incident. Have the nurse assigned to the mother and continue to accompany the parents at all the time. Secure all the record charts of the mother and the child or the infant. It's very, very important activity. And similar at the same time, notify the labs about any to keep it on hold about the infant cord blood or any other blood samples are being sent for further testing. Consider designating a room where other family members can be waited. This is much important to have again a closed loop communication and to provide timely information to parents as well as the family. Then also it is may not be at that point of origin, but later in the time, it's always good to give social services or the spiritual assistant to the family and parents if at all they request. Moving on, the team leader to brief all the staff on the unit and to reinforce confidentiality of the incident. And nurses should explain the situation to all other mothers in the unit. Assign one of the person to a single liaison. This is very important. And social services, risk management, or nursing can be the one whom we are talking about between the parents and the institution. Hold a group discussion session. So this will clear all panic alarm and brief them what happened and what's happening. Facility developed infant abduction form should include the following documentation. Documentation, as I mentioned, it is very, very essential and important. It should have the description of the infant, the kidnapper, any person accompanied the kidnapper during the time, if at all anybody witnessed. It should also document all information from the witness regarding the occurrence. Moving on. Now, what the security staff role there? Immediately call the local police department, considering calling the local FBI office, requesting the crime against children coordinator to support the incident or the search. Assume control and protect the crime scene until law enforcement arrives. So, and also to support the nursing team in helping them to search in the interior and exterior part of the hospital. Then notify the newborn nurseries, postpartum and pediatric unit, emergency room, outpatient clinic, and other local healthcare facility about the incident, and provide a full description of the child and the suspected abductor. Finally, how do we do the demobilization and recovery when the code pink incident has been resolved? Either the child is found or the command center, the incident commander called off the call, then the information should reach to the facility operator and he will announce the code pink 3 times saying that code pink is clear. So that says that code is called off. All employees can return to their normal work duties and the training and education to be imparted, and every single document has to be done timely and it has to be recorded. Now, what is procedures, certain regulatory standards? We can also give them case studies, and also can be finally to evaluate, we can conduct a verbal and written test. So not only the nurses, as we also know, the task force team involved various other healthcare providers. So thereby, all staff members should go through an training program during their initial orientation and as needed. So which includes security staff, housekeeping, lab, radiology, and all other supportive services. Members of the CORPIN task force should receive the appropriate training and to conduct periodic response exercise. It's again a mock drill to ensure a coordinated response from every person in the team. This summarizes my talk. Once again, thank you so much for the opportunity and patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for expanding our knowledge. And I believe all of us have gained new knowledge of and information regarding how to respond to the code pink alarm. In the afternoon, we are going to have the mock drill also regarding the same. And it is, as ma'am said, it is the multidisciplinary approach. When something happens, it's not only nurses' responsibilities, it is everybody's responsibility to safeguard our children and infants in the hospital and even outside the hospital also. Thank you, ma'am, for the elaborating how to do the alarm and how to do the who and all has to involved in taking care of the things, how to go about it. And in the afternoon, we have the mock drill also on the same topic, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Lights on. Okay. Yeah. Once again, good afternoon, all of you. Okay, I think I need no introduction. You have seen me from morning. Okay, I'm Cecilia. We'll see how to empower frontliners. Okay, so frontliners are the people in the sense like important people who are going to handle in such unforeseen situation. Like any unforeseen situation, like abduction or missing, anything of that sort happens in the hospital, the liability of the incident lies with the healthcare professionals. Most probably, it is the nurse who is 24/7 with the patient near the patient side, and also the in charge doctors, duty officers, hospital attendants, and also security personnel. Okay, so this is the involved population that is going to be on ground to work for the finding of the child. Okay, so the typical abduction, as you have heard from all the speakers, it is the person who is unknown to the child's family. Sometimes outside it might be a known person to the child's family. Most of the times in the hospital setting, it is an unknown person. Okay, and so they get access to the family as a volunteer or a social worker, and they make use of this situation to gain momentum. Okay, thanks to COVID, we got this term frontliners. Okay, all of us heard a lot of frontliners during this COVID period. So, who are frontliners? It is not only the nurses and doctors who are taking care of the person and in the hospital, but even the security. Lights on. Are you okay with the lights on? Yeah, I think I can see you all. It will be good that if I can see you all, right? So, these frontline, my slide is not visible. नहीं मेरा स्लाइड का okay. So this picture though, I loved it, so I thought I'll use it in my slide. Okay, so frontliners, in the sense it involves not only the nurses and doctors but also the security personnel, the hospital assistants, the sanitary attendant. They are also doing a lot of job. Okay, so they are also involved in this abduction process also. So now empower frontliners. You have heard from the morning what are the different abduction and how by the system what are we going to do with this child and the family, how we are going to approach. As such, you have heard lots, but empowering the frontliners, not only the nurses, doctors, and also the security personnel is important. Why is it important? They are going to work on the scene, on the situation. Okay, how do we empower them? There are four main aspects for empowering an employee or a frontliner. It is to empower, enhance, enable, and engage. We'll see what does each mean. First is to empower. Empower is drive out the fear. It is very essential that you give opportunity for everyone to speak. You cannot just say instructions, do this, do that. Okay, an environment has to be created in the setup when meeting, so everyone comes out with their own ideas, and that fear that I will be cornered has to be removed. See, we have had meetings wherein our hospital assistants have given very good ideas, which has been implemented in the team. Okay, so that can also happen. They are also in the ground knowing things, so we should encourage that and drive out fear from each employees so that everyone contributes constructively to the functioning of the institute. Then use training on the job. This is very essential. See, code pink or code blue or code red, we study and we come to work. So once we come to work, we have a tendency, once we don't practice, we forget. Okay, it is ideal to have repeated sessions like organizing in the ward only or in the hospital annually or biannually so that they are freshed up and what to do next. It is not necessary that we should wait for an unforeseen situation to happen and then act. Okay, it is always ideal to act before it comes. Okay, prevention is better than cure. So better to plan out and then face the situation as planned. Then implement education and self-improvement. See, nurses and doctors, we have a lot of continuous development program, in-service education programs, but we should also involve the other team members. Okay, when such incidents are happening, they are also involved. Okay, so group simulations will help. Okay, so we have to improve. Like when we carry out one incident, it gives lot of feedback from the participants and that helps to grow, to sort out what are the issues and to further make modifications. Enhance, what enhancement has to be done? Knowledge wise. Okay, knowledge as such, code pink, when you would have heard the term, maybe you would have thought, some of you would have browsed, but for me though, it was like, I knew only a little bit of it. So I had to browse and find out a lot of things, speak to the resource person. So knowledge has to be enhanced to face things. Then skill, the necessary skill that is needed, not only by the nurses and the medical team, but also from the other participants of the healthcare or the professionals. Okay, the expertise or experience has to be valued and that has to be expanded. See, if a person doesn't have experience, case scenarios can be demonstrated or they can be sent for trainings so that they gain their necessary expertise and also experience. And it should be easy understanding. See, what we understand, it depends on the degree of education so it might be a different. So it has to be tailor-made, simple enough for them to understand and act. Okay, that part has to be taken care of. Enable, we should encourage participation by all members. When it comes to teamwork, everyone has to work. Okay, so like in such a scenario of infant abduction, we require the security personnel to act fast and they have to do necessary things. Okay, so all the members. So encourage participation in such work and also recognition. It is not always monetary benefits that are going to bring satisfaction to the employees. Even a simple recognition, acknowledgement, telling them by name that this person so and so has done so well during this mock drill is going to gain their confidence, trust, and they are going to participate more and more. This type of recognition is needed in a setup. Then rewards. Rewards can be either monetary or in other forms like promotions. Anything can be given so that their morale is boosted up and they are able to work at their full extent. engage them in simulated exercise. Today we are going to have a simulated exercise in the afternoon wherein we are going to make you do things. Okay, so this type of simulated exercise now we are not lucky enough to have all the other professionals also, but we will assume roles so that it goes on well. Okay, but otherwise it is ideal to have all the professionals on board and have a simulated exercise, so each one understands the importance of his or her role to perform the rescue process. Okay, debriefing sessions. This is very important. Okay, why? In the sense, every simulated exercise, or even if the incident happens, once the incident happens and it is over, it is cleared, it is ideal to all of the members to get together and discuss what went on well and what did not go on well, how we can modify the system. Why? Because everyone would have had their own experience in the rescue operations. So once they give, that can help to modify the protocol. Okay, protocol are not so rigid. We can modify according to the convenience and the functioning of the institute as such. Then periodic meetings also has to be done to update. See, as Dr. Baga was saying, there was no incident in 35 years, but anytime it can happen. So it is not necessary that we are not prepared. He was saying, we should be prepared for any situations. Okay, so it is an important thing that we have to update. Okay, so various dimensions in which the frontliners have to be empowered. First is general measures. General measures are like safeguarding newborn infant. See, this is very essential, like a comprehensive healthcare policy regarding the procedure and processes has to be established. As of now, we don't have a policy. We will further work on it so that we have a protocol in place. Even for code blue, code red, whatever code is that, if we have a protocol and if everyone is being made aware of that protocol, it is easy to act at that scenario. Okay, even these codes have to be given to the employees during induction program so that they are familiarized, at least these things exist and how are we going to, where will I get this code, how further I can increase my knowledge. Okay, a thorough education of the teamwork has to be given. Okay, they were saying nursing person can head the team, of course, because 24/7 she's there, one is there, maybe most probably, and 90% it is the nurse who first comes to know that the child is abducted. Okay, so it is like they can lead the team and the other persons can also be involved so that the rescue process happens in an effective way. Complete coordination has to be there in the physical and electronic security. See, in the mock drill we will do, when there is something which is abnormal, when an infant is abducted, it is the security system that has to be alerted. The duty officer has to be informed. What does the security do? Immediately close the exit doors. Okay, close the exit doors. One person will go on the terrace, look for what is happening, whether they are able to visibly see someone moving away, and then watch the CCTVs. Now we have the privilege of CCTV everywhere. Okay, watch the CCTV. Meanwhile, the other people will be involved in searching the entire hospital or the entire floor first and then move on. It depends on. Okay, so this is how it has to go on. Nursing managers or supervisors, as such, they may be well suited for this position. And so, as Madam Vinci was saying, nurses as frontline work as surrogate mothers. They are often considered as surrogate parents for the child. Okay, it is our responsibility to take care of. Then proactive measures. The next dimension is proactive measures. Proactive measure in the sense we have to act proactively. That is why today we have gathered here to discuss about infant abduction. How do we act proactively? We should have a contingency planning. Contingency planning is the backbone of prevention. Now, to prevent such incidences, and every healthcare facility must develop, test and also critique a written proactive prevention plan. As we were saying, if we have a protocol in place, we can test it by a simulated exercise and then document it, make modifications as and how it is needed. This plan should be tested, documented, critiqued at least annually. Okay, if not biannually, at least. And all healthcare facility members should wear ID bands. This is very essential because, in AIIMS also there was a doctor who was not a doctor, who was an ED for nearly 1 year, and he was identified and then he was shut out. Okay, this can happen. We are in a very big institution. Okay, knowing each other, only we know our ward mates. Other than that, the others, we don't know. It is so difficult to know people and what things are happening. So always it is ideal to wear photo ID cards. And the photo ID card should be worn in such a way that our photos are seen in front with our names. Okay, that is the ideal way of wearing our ID cards. Then another important thing is ID cards can get misused. Okay, once you miss ID card, we have in practice, like we have to inform the security department, and FIR has to be filed. Okay, that is very much essential for all healthcare institutions, because even with the tag, many a days we don't see the ID card as such. The tag gets misused. Okay, with the tag only they have, and so all these can be prevented. Then infant transport in healthcare. We were hearing this from the earlier speakers. Inter-hospital transport, intra-hospital transport. All these are unavoidable circumstances which can happen. Like the transport is unavoidable, but the abduction of an infant is always avoidable. Okay, how are we going to prevent? We have already discussed the proper ID bands, and the professional who is assisting should always be a person who has a proper ID card and who is recognized. See, I was working with NICU, wherein we used to transport newborns from other hospitals to the tertiary level unit. In that, we always go. There will be 2 people always assigned for the transport. As such, in the ambulance, one will be a doctor and one will be a nurse, and they should have a proper ID card. Okay, once they go, they should write in the outbook that they are going to this hospital. On reaching there, they should inform them that this is from this hospital. And on reaching back also, we are supposed to report like this is whatever happened. Okay, these are the ways to prevent unforeseen situations happening. Then mother and father ID bands. Yeah, of course, that is needed. Otherwise, many a times it comes like we are in 3 shifts, like Nikos, they come to visit. Even other attendants can display themselves as father or mother and come and see the baby or come inside, and anything can happen. So always have ID bands so that we are able to recognize them. And then always prohibit leaving an infant without direct line of sight supervision. We cannot leave an infant and go. Okay, until and unless you have once they are in the hospital, it is our responsibility to take care of the infant. So in that case, we cannot tell someone else who is not responsible to take care of the infant and leave the scene. Okay, as Ms. Vinci was discussing, we cannot even take breaks together. It is always essential that someone has to be there in the scene so that to prevent. Require infants to be taken to mothers one at a time. This happens in the MCU when child is in nursery for some purpose, like in case of hypobilirubinemia, and the child is taken to the mother for feeding. In those cases, we cannot take 2-3 child. Earlier, no mixing of child. That was very common long back. Okay, so that type of incidents can be avoided. So we use ID bands and all that. Prohibit carrying infants in the arms. Always, as professionals, I often tell my students also, don't carry children in your arms. You have to be professional. Like always use bassinets to carry infants so that you are maintaining the security of the child. And require family members for transporting. It is very essential. Without the parents, do not transport the child. Do not examine the child, a female child, when the parent is not there. Never administer medicine also without the parents. Okay, all this. Then have displays on information regarding safeguarding infants and child at prominent locations in the mother's room. See, there should be signages. What immediate numbers, emergency numbers, who has to be contacted, and who is the reporting person, and what to be done. Okay, even mothers should be, as ma'am was saying, you should not panic them, but you should give information to them that this is this and it has to be taken care of. It is their responsibility too. Then physical security safeguards. Every healthcare facility must complete a written assessment of the risk potential for an infant abduction. Okay, we are in the process of developing. So if we have a written policy and protocol, we are going to follow that. Okay, that will make systems align and function effectively. In determining the physical security, there should be like each facility should conduct and document physical security need assessment. Okay, nowadays we have security cameras everywhere, so each floor, even each unit has, so that is a means of security. And you have a person in each ward who is acting, so this needs assessment helps in prevention of such unforeseen instances. Then install alarms, preferably with time delayed egress. Time delayed egress in the sense like the opening and closing will take time. Okay, you have to push. So in this, see, it is easy to open and close. People just take and move off. In situations of like MCU and main areas, it should be in such a way that you have to press. You have seen that lock, you have to press and then open and then it will close. Okay, that delays the time and it gets noted. The camera gets noted of who is the person and they cannot. So this can be installed near the maternity area, ward, nursery, and also NICUs and PICU. And there should be a policy of how to respond for the alarms. That is very essential. We cannot switch off the alarm. Okay, until and unless it is mandatory and it has been necessitated. Without document, you cannot switch on the alarms. And so this alarms, how to activate it and how to observe it, what action should be done also should be there. All doors to all nurseries should be self-closing hardware, as I was saying. Then remain locked at all times. Okay, and have a staff member present all times when an infant is in the nursery. Nursery, always we should have at least one person who is on board with the infants. Okay, if there is a lounge, locker room or storage area, that should also be under strict access, like control should be there. Not everyone can enter those rooms. Okay, then document assessment, the needs assessment, and electronic article surveillance also. It has to be documented and it has to be verified periodically. Okay, signage has to be there in the maternal child unit, lobbies, and also obstetric units so that they understand what to be done when something happens. Okay, critical incident response plan. This is what is the protocol or policy that has to be developed. Okay, so when a child is abducted, how to go about with that? That has to be made in black and white, and everyone working in the particular area should know how to respond to such situations. Okay. So training has to be done and communications has to be done. Annual refresher training so that they are made aware of what is happening. Then facility staff members must be assigned immediately to report at all exits. See, this is how we have to respond. Like when a child is abducted and when the nurse comes to know it, the in charge should be informed immediately and the in charge will inform the duty officer. Once the duty officer is informed, the security person who is in the ward will go and close all the doors. Okay, the nurse in charge will be the team leader and she will assure the patient attender, the child's attender, the mother or father or the caregiver who is present with the child that they have initiated the search process. They will not dismantle anything from the site. Instead, you can move their parents to a site where to assure them comfort. Then the search process will start. All the exit doors will be closed and one person will go to the terrace if terrace is there, so that something has to be one person, one security can go and see. Once the system is alarmed, okay, people arrive at the scene. Okay, they have to assume or obtain different roles so that they act and the child is being found out. Okay, so in such situation, like one person will go and see in the terrace and the others will start searching in the floor. Okay, they have to declare like code pink is open and everyone, the search process. In the search process, it is very essential that the toilet areas, okay, even the lifts, the places below the staircases, all these also have to be searched. Okay, even bags have to be opened and searched so that they are able to identify. See, small children, infants, 2 or 3 months or even 3-4 days, it is possible that you can put in the bag and just carry on. Okay, all such things have to be. Meanwhile, when the cameras are good, you have assessed and you have found out if the incident is just within 5 minutes of occurrence, then you will be most likely to locate within the floor or within the hospital campus. If you come to know of the incident very late, after 15 minutes, then it becomes a problem. But code pink search or code purple search, you can declare it for only 1 hour. Okay, the search will start, and every time it has to be recorded what is going on. Okay, when was the alarm initiated and what was done? Every 5 minutes it has to be recorded, and only 1 hour you can do the search. Okay, within the 1 hour, if you find the child, okay, there are 2 things that can happen: find the child, not find the child. If you find the child and the child is okay without any injuries, you will do a physical assessment of the child and keep the child in the ward, okay, under supervision. If you find the child with some injuries, then again physical assessment and treatment of the injury has to be done. If you find the child to be dead, okay, that has to be noted, and the child has to be kept, assessed, sent to mortuary, and the person who is responsible has to be traced out. Okay, if you don't find the child, okay, this is what can happen, all 3 possible. There are many other things that you can just correlate. If you don't find the child, what are you going to do? Only 1 hour you can search. In between, if you find the child dead, immediately inform police, call 100 or as per the hospital policy. Okay, if you don't find the child within 1 hour, you have to declare code pink clear and inform the police. Okay, police will take care of the situation. Okay, this is a general protocol. We can modify according to the institution. We always have police with us in the institute, so help can be sought. So this is the normal protocol that is followed by many institutions. Okay, and the search has to go on. But it is very essential that you have to record what is being done. Okay, which are the places that are searched. You cannot leave anything unturned. Okay, so that in order to have a critical report of what are the events that happen, it is ideal for one person to record the things that has happened and to maintain a log. And once the whole scenario is over and the code pink is cleared, either the child is found or the child is not found, inform police. Okay, what to be done? The debriefing is very important. All the team members who were involved, including the staff, nurse, nursing officer, and the other members, should come together and discuss what went on well and what was wrong. It is very essential that one person should not be blamed for any untoward happening. Okay, it is a system failure. It is not a person's failure. So we should always think in the angle like how the system can be corrected to address this issue. Okay, so in that case, debriefing is very essential, and that will help to either modify or change the protocol or make it in such a way that further incidences, something better, quality improvement can be done on the protocol as such, on the entire sequence of events. Okay, this is going to help in a longer run. So this is how we are going to do with the infant abduction. So empowering not only means like only educating, it is giving hands-on practice. Always you hear what I hear, I forget. What I do, I remember. Okay, so it is like when hands-on practice and simulations, all these are done, people get into the scenario and that makes them remember for a long time that these are the things that I did, so this is how we will proceed. Okay, and it is very essential that people are made to practice it so that they acquire mastery of the skills. Okay, only education is not going to help. So practice, periodic practice to make them mastery and to make them engage in a more effective way so that they can contribute effectively. Okay, and nursing guidelines are such it is important during the entire process to address the mother also, mother or father or the caregiver. Okay, one person can always reassure them, and also you can ask important questions like when they found the child missing and was there anyone in the ward except. So all these relevant questions can be asked instead of questioning them, and assuring them that you are doing the needful, but do not give false reassurances. That is very essential. Okay, move the parents. Even no, not even a lunch bag should be left without checking. Okay, it is very essential that you should check even the lunch bags, because it can be like you can find. Okay, notify lab and other places, all the designating area, everything. Okay, so what is the responsibility of individuals of the department? Like, you have director will not be always available, so it's like coordinating administrator to give necessary support to the nursing personnel and all personals involved, and the chief security officer. See, they play a very important role in this. Okay, though a nurse we call as a team leader, but security officers are to be enhanced and they play a role. They have to run the entire show of searching, and that is important. Medical superintendent will be coordinating, organizing, communicating, all that periodic review arrangements. Management level also they should support for us to function effectively. Okay, so that necessary support should be given. So it is always child's parents, and they are only the legal guardians, and you should always, in any situations, earlier we had only children in the hospital, like we will not allow parents to stay. Okay, once upon a time it was a protocol policy to avoid infection and all, but now even in ICUs we allow one parent to be there. Until and unless we do a procedure, we tell them to stay. Okay, so all these are to prevent such unforeseen situations, and an assigned nurse should always keep a watch on the child, and also every nurse should make sure that we have all the patients' ID band. Okay, ID band for newborns is very essential. Newborns, though, it is very easy to being abducted in bags, all that. So, like, this is how we are supposed to empower, and it is essential that we have the emergency numbers displayed. Okay, in case of infant abduction, what is the emergency number, what is the police number, all that should be displayed at prominent places so that everyone is accessible to such informations and they make use of such informations. So to empower frontliners, continuing education is essential, and train relative to their response roles. Okay, so sometimes you may be the team leader, sometimes you may be a subordinate who will be working along with the team, sometimes you will be a recorder who is going to record the sequence of events. Do that. Okay, develop protocols and guidelines. This is very essential, to develop protocols in place so that we function effectively and in a systematic manner to avoid unforeseen circumstances. Regular practice and also improve communication, that is essential. Simulations of various scenarios, mock drills, tabletop exercises. We'll have both tabletop exercise and mock drills, just to give a gist. Though you may not be skillful, be made very skillful for this, it is just to give a gist of you, like a tinge of taste of mock drill and tabletop exercise, so that further you can build upon. So policies, infant security videos, standards, all this have to be given, and also verbal and written consent should be taken initially when a mother is admitted, that they are also liable for the safety. Okay, this happens in private hospital. They always take a writing. Okay, thank you. You can ask. I think you are all saturated with a lot of information, and you can ask your doubts or anything to add on. You are much experienced and you have a lot of, so you can add on. Has anyone seen any such situations? No. There was an incident before 2-3 months. There was a fire, and a nurse, he didn't mind, and he saved nearly 20 children in Chennai. In a government hospital it happened. Okay, and he saved. So like frontliners, we are more responsible, and we can be to say that he was an asthma patient, but he, after saving all 20 children, he fell down. Okay, and he was rescued. Okay, that type of service, selfless service. Okay, so we hold responsible for many. Anything from your side? Just give your inputs. We will also learn from you. It's not one way, both way. So far in AIIMS, we have not seen anything, right? Okay, then. Thank you. All of you are hungry. No response. Okay, thank you. I'm on time.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Such an elaborate and session on the empowering the frontliners. Frontliners means not only the doctors, nurses, ma'am has said, it's everybody. When it comes to the infant and child abduction, it is everybody's responsibility and you should not hesitate to take the help of any person around you. So, ma'am, if you have attentively heard the lesson, you will be able to do the mock drill in the afternoon effectively, otherwise it will be a problem for you. So ma'am has given all the hints, all the things which is required for the mock drill and the tabletop exercise, and it she explained everything very nicely. So we'll see how the input output will be there from you. Now I call Miss Levis ma'am to present a memento with to Cecilia ma'am. Cecilia ma'am.
Let's all break for lunch. Okay, after lunch.
Thank you.
Have to run, okay? So better be prepared for that. Lunch.
We will be breaking for lunch. Post lunch, we will again resume.
It is 2 p.m. It is already. Mic is off. क्या करना पड़ता और तो we will have this here. Okay, tabletop exercise here and mock drill we will around. No skill आपको दोनों के दोनों कितना लाइन चलाओ यहाँ का आगे कर lot of information and you can ask your doubts or anything to add on. You are much experienced and you have a lot of, so you can add on. Has anyone seen any such situations? No. There was a fire and a nurse, he didn't mind and he saved nearly 20 children in Chennai. In a government hospital it happened. Okay, and he saved. So like frontliners, we are more responsible and we can be to say that he was an asthma patient, but he after saving all 20 children, he fell down. Okay, and he was rescued. Okay, that type of service, selfless service. Okay, so we hold responsible for many. Anything from your side? Just give your inputs. We will answer that from you. It's not one way, both way.
समझ नहीं रही
So far, in AIIMS, you have not seen anything, right? Okay, then thank you. All of you. No, that's one. Thank thank you, ma'am. Elaborate it's everybody. When it comes to the infant and child abduction, it is everybody's responsibility and we should not hesitate to take the help of any person around you. So, ma'am, if you have attentively heard this, we aim to do the mock drill in the afternoon.
ऑन हो गया ना, 10 सेकंड लगता है.
So we'll have two groups, pink and purple. You can say alternatively like pink, purple, like that. Then जो पिंक है आपको याद रखना है, मतलब आपने पिंक बोला या पर्पल बोला, तो दो ग्रुप में डिवाइड हो जाएंगे हम. ठीक है, आपसे शुरू कीजिए. रुक जाइए ना, बोलने तो दीजिए थोड़ा, आपको भी हिलना है. हिलना है मीना मैम सबको. कहाँ था हम लोग? हाँ जी, पर्पल. आप पर्पल हो गए ना, आप पिंक हो. आप भी पिंक हो. आप पर्पल, पिंक, पर्पल, पिंक, पर्पल. आप पर्पल ही पहने हो, ब्लू है लेकिन पर्पल मान लीजिए. पिंक, आपने बोला पिंक, पिंक. ठीक है, सो पिंक वाले यहाँ आएंगे, पर्पल वाले यहाँ बैठेंगे. एक गेम खिलाना है आप लोगों को. एक गेम, बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग गेम है. तो 10 मिनट के लिए हम गेम खेलेंगे. पिंक वाले इस तरफ, पर्पल वाले इस तरफ. अब बस में ड्यूटी एक्सचेंज नहीं करना है, वो अलाउड नहीं है. सर आप भी थोड़ा आगे आ जाइए. बोर्ड को बीच में रख देते. अच्छा, तो क्या करें? ये थोड़ा सा तो शिफ्ट कर सकते, यहाँ तक तो कर सकते हैं. यहाँ रख दो, ये यहाँ है ना, कैमरा दिखेगा. ये एक्चुअली ये बोर्ड दिखना है इनको ना. थोड़ा थोड़ा और इस तरफ आ जाइए. राम गोपाल थोड़ा इस तरफ. आएगा आएगा आएगा. हाँ यहाँ तक आ जाओ. हाँ हाँ बस. ठीक है ठीक है. ओके, सो आई थिंक 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 हो गए यहाँ. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 हो गए. जो नेक्स्ट जो आएगा वो पर्पल होगा. प्लीज कीप ए वॉच. राम आप देख लेना, नेक्स्ट जो आएगा वो पर्पल होगा. अभी तो सिर्फ 2 या 3 को आना बाकी है. विल जस्ट स्टार्ट विद द गेम. ओके, सो विल सेव टाइम ऑल्सो. सो टीम पर्पल, टीम पिंक. ओके, सो द गेम इज गेस इट. यू हैव टू गेस इट. आपको चुप रहना है. ओके, साइलेंस. या फ्रॉम योर टीम, सपोज एक जना को आपको भेजना है. 1 person will come here. We have some cheats. All right, cheats है. cheat को उठाना है और इसमें कुछ लिखा रहेगा, तो आपको ड्रॉ करके दिखाना है.
You have to sit there.
आप टीम पर्पल में हो, इस तरफ. आप सर के पास बैठ जाइए. आप बैग ले लीजिए. ठीक है, मैं फिर से एक्सप्लेन कर रही हूँ. चीट, आपको एक टीम मेंबर भेजना है. टीम मेंबर आएंगे, चीट उठाएंगे. हाँ ठीक है, सॉरी. टीम मेंबर आएंगे, चीट उठाएंगे, देखेंगे, ड्रॉ करेंगे और टीम को गेस करना है. ऑल राइट, सो दीपिका इज अ स्कोरर. शी विल स्कोर यू. आपको 2 मिनट मिलेगा. जैसे ही आप जैसे उठाते हो, देखते हो, जल्दी जल्दी करना है, जितना ज़्यादा कर सकते हो. ऑल राइट, जितना ज़्यादा कर सकते हो 2 मिनट में. तो सबसे हाईएस्ट जो केस करते हैं उनको विनर हो जाएगा. प्राइस नहीं है लेकिन फिर भी आपको दम लगा के खेलना है. टाइम जैसे वो आते हैं और शीट उठाते हैं. हाँ, शीट उठाते. अगर आपको बहुत डिफिकल्ट लगता है, जी आपने देख लिया ये तो कुछ लिखा हुआ है कुछ अजीब सा, आप पास कर सकते हो. ओके, यू से पास एंड जस्ट पुट इट बैक अगेन. ओके, पुट इट बैक अगेन इन द बैग. और जो आप ड्रॉ कर रहे हो उसको बाहर रखेंगे, वो बैग में फिर नहीं जाएगा. ठीक है, पास शीट को आप वापस डाल दो. जो आप कर रहे हो उसको राम गोपाल को दे देना. हाँ, no, they can pass. They can pass. It's no need because pass वाला जाएगा ना वापस. So we'll have cheats. Okay, so shall we start? Yes? So which one wants to go first? Pink or purple? Any volunteer? Pink, purple में से बोलना नहीं है, ठीक है? बोलना नहीं है, कोई इशारा भी नहीं, थोड़ा सा इशारा कर सकते हो लेकिन बोलना नहीं है. ओके, टीम पर्पल से आ जाइए पहले. कहाँ है वो लिखने का? कहाँ रख दिया मैंने? यस, तालियां तालियां. हाँ, टाइम शुरू कर रहा. टाइम स्टार्ट्स नाउ. टीम पर्पल. सो आपको केस नहीं करना है, उनको करना है. So the cheats are related to health care, hospital related है, ठीक है? Okay, good. It's a scalpel, but mark दे देते हैं. Next, next, next. 2 मिनट तक हाँ करते रहना है. हाँ. जो हो गया उसको वो करना, जल्दी से मिटाना है और करते रहना है आपको. जी जी जी, 2 मिनट में जितना भी, या एक एक करना चाहते हो वो भी आपका मर्जी है. एक एक करना चाहते हो, ठीक है, आप चले जाइए, फिर टाइम छोड़ दीजिए, एक एक करेंगे. हाँ, नेक्स्ट कोई आगे करेगा. हाँ, ओके, टीम पिंक से. हाँ, वो अच्छा है, एक एक करके करेंगे. ओके, 3 बार ही गेस करेंगे. ओके, 3 times only you will guess. Right, very good. टीम पर्पल आ जाइए, टाइम नहीं है हमारे पास. ओके, कैमरा में तो आ रही हूँ मैं. ओके, very good. टीम पिंक. कोई नहीं आना चाहते, टाई हो जाएगा. वही आएगा. नहीं 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 नहीं, कोई और आएंगे अभी. सॉरी सर, आप लोगों ने बोला था कि आप लोग अल्टरनेट करना चाहते हो.
पिक्चर बनाना है, ये ऐसे लिखना है.
पिक्चर नहीं लिखना, नहीं है, पिक्चर बनाना है. पास कर सकते हो अगर मुश्किल है तो. Caesars. Okay, good. Actually, it was not Caesars, it was Caesars. But it's all right. It's all right. Mark दे दिया. टीम पर्पल. हाँ. टीम पर्पल. क्या था?
ओबेसिटी.
और करेक्ट. वेरी गुड. अरे आप लोग तो बहुत इंटेलिजेंट लोग बैठे हैं यहाँ पर. ओके टीम पिंक. आ जाओ. करेक्ट. टीम पर्पल आते रहिए आते रहिए. अभी तक स्कोर बराबर है.
डिफिकल्ट नहीं है.
हाँ डिफिकल्ट वाला नहीं आ रहा है. चलिए हमने ऐसे सोच के बनाया था ना, वो एक ही बंदा करेगा. ये केस कर पा रहा चाहिए. No, you have only 3 cases. Okay, let her complete. No, last case. Wrong. You want to guess? Team Pink? Right. ये पॉइंट नहीं मिलेगा, लेकिन 3 केस हो चुका. 3 points. 3 दिन भर बना बोल दिया था ना आप लोगों ने. एक्चुअली आंसर सही था ना, उसने दिमाग लगाया. तो फिर कोलोन कैंसर कोलोस्टोमी कैसे हो सकती है? क्विज मास्टर का डिसीजन फाइनल होती है क्विज में, तो इसमें मार्क नहीं मिलेगा. ओके पिंक. टीम पिंक. जल्दी आ जाइए, जल्दी जल्दी. हाँ आ जाइए पिंक. हाँ हाँ. What? No.
एक गैस हो गया.
राइट वेंटिलेटर. 3 हो गया था. पहला वाला क्या बोला आपने, क्या बोला था?
10 हो गया था.
3 हो गए थे तो फिर नहीं पॉइंट्स नहीं देंगे. सॉरी.
इधर बोला था, इधर से सर ने.
अच्छा 3 हो गया फिर. हाँ टीम पर्पल. हमारे पास और 2 ही मिनट है, हम उतना ही करेंगे. तो थोड़ा जल्दी आ जाइए। पास।
पास वाला तो वापस डाल
हाँ वापस डाल सकते हैं। हाँ कितना बार दे दिया, कितना बार, कहाँ से शुरू किया था हमने पहले?
पर्पल से स्टार्ट।
हाँ
5
तो ये लास्ट है क्या? ये लास्ट।
उसके बाद एक इधर लेना होगा बस।
अच्छा पिंक से एक लेना है। ठीक है। गैस से नहीं कर रहा है? ओ ड्राइंग थोड़ा गड़बड़ हो गया।
वन मिनट इज ओवर।
हो गया। गैस कीजिए। राइट। ओके लास्ट आप लोगों ने 5 कर लिया, हमने आपसे शुरू किया था, तो आपका आखिरी मौका है अभी पिंक टीम का। एक लास्ट आ जाइए। ठीक है सर आप आ जाइए, सब लोग आपकी तरफ देख रहे हैं, बहुत उम्मीद है आपके टीम को आपसे। इन्होंने आप लोग क्यों हेल्प कर रहे हो? ऑल राइट सो हाँ टीवी का स्कोर बता दीजिए।
So it is equal. Both the teams got 4 points out of 5. That is a commendable efforts from all of you. So just give a clap for all of you.
So thank you so much. अभी हम क्या करेंगे, वी विल गो फॉर द 2 टाइप्स ऑफ एक्सरसाइजेस जो आपने मॉर्निंग में सीखा है, तो उसका अभी एक्शन करने का मतलब टाइम आ गया है. सो व्हाट वी विल डू इज टीम पर्पल विल गो टू दैट नेक्स्ट दिस थिंग, वो उस साइड में स्किल लैब है, उसमें मॉक ड्रिल है. Okay, Cecilia madam will be leading that. She will be explaining to you and facilitating that. And team pink, you will be with me here. We will do something known as tabletop exercise. All right. After half an hour, we will exchange. Okay. So you can leave your bags here. You can just go.
No, you have to.
Let's let them do here then. All right.
So, all comfortable? I won't use the mic because the groups are in. Okay, and we want 5 of you to assume few roles and few as observers. Any volunteers?
कौन ऑब्जर्वर बनेंगे कौन करेगा
Very good. Come. 5 observer बन जाओ 5. Come.
Okay.
अभी और चाहिए.
कम से कम 10 चाहिए एक्टिविटी के लिए 5 लोग देख
See, one of you will be nursing officer who will be coordinating. One will be in charge. Okay. One will be duty officer. Okay. And the other will be security. Okay. One more also can join. Please, so one more can join. Yeah. So now what is the situation is the child. See, I think we have discussed how to go about it. Okay, an infant is being abducted. Okay, 1 8-month-old child is missing. This is in a what setup? Okay, who is the nursing officer? Just discuss. You can take time to discuss who will play what role. And one person will be observer to record, to maintain the records. Anyone?
लिखना होगा आपको ना क्या क्या कर रहे हैं लोग नर्सिंग ऑफिसर ने क्या किया सिक्योरिटी गार्ड ने क्या किया एट दैट टाइम
नर्सिंग ऑफिसर का असिस्टेंट नहीं चाहिए
फाइव चाहिए जितना चाहिए तुम्हारे
Security.
इंचार्ज
Okay, so we are getting ready to proceed. Okay, we'll tell you the scenario and you can come. So you can, when they do activities, you can be outside. Because activities you can do outside also. Okay. This whole floor you can utilize. We have arranged the whole floor. Okay, now they will tell you what is safe. Actually, they have missed their child. Okay, so your duty starts from here. Okay, they have missed their child and a code has to be alarmed. Okay.
अभी ना मेरे बच्चा ने अभी मेरे साथ ही था एक लेडी मेरे से बात कर रही थी बोल रहे थे कि आप इधर का ही है हॉस्पिटल है आपसे भी बात करते मैंने देखा था मैंने सोचा आप इधर का है मेरा अभी 10 मिनट से मेरा बच्चा नहीं मिल रहा कितने बजे से 10 मिनट मैं उन्होंने बोला कि मेरे को वॉशरूम जाओ मैं बच्चे को देख लूंगी करके मैं वॉशरूम जाके आने तक
आपके रूम से गए बेड से गए
आप देख लीजिए
माय इंचार्ज
तो अभी ना इन्होंने
I will call my supervisor. Hello, good evening, ma'am.
Good evening.
एक इंसिडेंट मेरे वार्ड में हैपन हुआ है 4:10 से पेशेंट रूम नंबर 309 अनीता हैज कंप्लेनिंग कि उनको बेबी खो गया है 10 मिनट्स पहले जस्ट नाउ उन्होंने अभी मुझे इन्फॉर्म किया और मैंने अपने गार्ड को इन्फॉर्म कर रही हूँ एंड उससे पहले मैंने आपको इन्फॉर्म किया नाउ आई विल इन्फॉर्म माय गार्ड रमेश तेरा अनीता प्लीज नाउ पेशेंट अनीता तो बेबी अभी भी खोया है 10 मिनट पहले आप प्लीज अपने सुपरवाइजर को बताइए और सारे डोर्स हमारे फ्लोर के क्लोज करिए
आप देख लीजिए जल्दी से
हाँ आप बैठिए आप यहाँ बैठिए चेयर पे बैठिए
अभी इन्होंने दवाई लेने के लिए नीचे गए
हेलो ड्यूटी ऑफिसर कॉलिंग ड्यूटी ऑफिसर एक्चुअली मैं वार्ड इंचार्ज बोल रही हूँ मेरी वार्ड में से 10 मिनट पहले एक बच्चा मिसिंग हो गया है तो हमने गार्ड को इन्फॉर्म कर दिया है सिक्योरिटी को इन्फॉर्म कर दिया सब जगह अब आप देख लीजिए आगे क्या करना है आगे इन्फॉर्म कर दीजिए तो हम क्या एक्शन ले सकते हैं
वेट फॉर 1 आवर नहीं है तो देन वी विल कॉल द पुलिस
ओके ठीक है
मैं आपको reassurance कराऊंगी। एक नहीं, real reassurance कराऊंगी।
We have kept a baby. You have to find out. Okay.
अभी baby is there.
Baby is there. पूरे फ्लोर में कहीं पे भी हो सकता है. This floor is for you.
So let's initiate a search for the patient.
कौन जाएगा तो?
हम सब जाएंगे।
डॉक्टर
मैं यहाँ पे
जो सारे कार्ड्स
मेरे को जो भी इन्फॉर्मेशन हो मेरे को एवरी 10 मिनट्स में आप इन्फॉर्म करते रहिए क्या सिचुएशन है कहाँ ढूंढा आपने करके।
सिस्टर जी, डॉक्टर कौन है? डॉक्टर से भी बात करा दो ना, कहाँ है यूनिट इंचार्ज? कौन है यूनिट इंचार्ज? कहाँ पे है बता दो ना। छोटे से बच्चा है अभी, वो आके ऐसे बात कर रही थी मेरे से, चले गए। मेरे को जाना नहीं चाहते थे, फिर भी बोला कि आप वॉशरूम जाके क्या पहना था? टी शर्ट पहना था, कैप पहना हुआ है और ब्लैकेट में टॉवल में रैप करके और पिंक। वो लड़के के पास पता नहीं कुछ था, मतलब बैग तो था बट पता नहीं कुछ ऐसे। मैं बात कर रही थी, इधर कहीं हॉस्पिटल बोल रहे थे डॉक्टर मिला है मेरा बेबी।
दरवाजे के पीछे चेक नहीं किया डोर के पीछे नहीं
4:10 पे हुआ, एक लेडी ने लिया है, टी शर्ट पहन।
Then the baby missing, mother informed to what sister. Then what sister informed to supervisor, supervisor and all security. You know, then sister supervisor immediately called duty officer and told about the incident. Keeps on that whispers to duty officer. Then immediate action taken in the ward, close all the doors and pink alarm. All the staff.
मैम आपको बाहर भी ऑब्जर्व करना है, उन्होंने डोर बंद किए नहीं किए कुछ। हाँ
करवा दिया। और क्या करना है?
मैम को ऑब्जर्व करना है
डॉक्यूमेंटेशन सिस्टर जी प्लीज कोई तो जल्दी से बता दो ना कहाँ स्टाफ को भेज नहीं मिला सिस्टर जी, नहीं मिला। अभी तो आधा घंटा हो गया, नहीं मिला। They all are searching. जब जाना उधर जाके तो फोटो ले लेना जी मिला नहीं आप वेट करो नहीं मिला we are trying so hard we are trying ये पेरेंट्स करा रहे हैं पेट नहीं आप लोग भी थोड़ा सा ढूंढो ना प्लीज अभी इतना ही एरिया में आपको नहीं मिलना एक बार ऐसा हुआ था पता नहीं, लेकिन इसका एक अच्छा सा ये भी है कि ना कुछ ऐसा होना चाहिए जो टैग नहीं करते थे मगर अलार्म वाला टैग तो आप लोग किया नहीं, अलार्म होना चाहिए पहले तो अलार्म करना है ना, आपको 3 बार बोलना है कोड पिंक इंसिडेंट करके बोलना है, बोला नहीं बोला तो था तभी फिर वो जब आप फर्स्ट थिंग अलार्म शूट करने से ना जल्दी से वो
सिक्योरिटी गार्ड्स बंद करेंगे, वो इमीडिएट उस चीज से रिलेटेड सबको इन्फॉर्मेशन पहुंच जाएगी कि क्या दिक्कत, वही तो बोला है।
मिला नहीं है मैम, क्या हुआ देख लीजिए ना, अभी तो इधर ही जा रहे हैं 10 मिनट के पहले।
नहीं वो तो मतलब अलार्म पिंक वाला तो वो डरा, लेकिन जैसे मतलब ऐसी सिचुएशन में बता, जब मैं जैसे मैं अपने पर्सनली बताती हूँ, अपने बेटे को लेके जाती हूँ ना तो मैं एक छोटी चेन लेके जाती हूँ। जब हम दोनों सोते हैं ना तो मैं एक अपने हाथ में बांधती हूँ और एक उसके पैर में, तो छोटा है ना वो भाग जाएगा। तो अगर वो इधर उधर भी होता है ना तो मुझे हस्बैंड बोलते हैं तो क्या है ये क्या है, वही पर मुझे रहता है, सो रही हूँ मैं, तो मुझे टेंशन नहीं होती। मगर कितना ऐसे संभालेंगे ना, मतलब ऐसी जगह पे तो पब्लिक जगह पे तो पता नहीं चलता ना उस चीज का।
कितना बड़ा है बच्चा?
छोटा है, 2.5 साल का, बड़ा वाला बड़ा है। तो मतलब बच्चों के साथ तो ये एक चीज है, तो हम कितना ही प्रिकॉशंस ले लें, लेकिन ये तो ऐसी भी शर्त सेकंड जैसे आप बोल रहे हैं ना 4 तक का है, वैसे तो पता भी नहीं सर। एक्ट करो आप, एक्ट करो। अच्छा
जैसा भी एक्ट कर,
तो होने वाला है,
ये शुरू भी नहीं कर रहे।
होने वाला तो लेडीज करती है। आप लोग सोच
नहीं उधर से वो तो सचिन वाला का ले लिया वीडियो, ऐसे से थोड़ा सा वीडियो ले लेते हैं।
अरे हम ऑन ड्यूटी होते हैं ना, जब जैसे ऑन ड्यूटी है ड्यूटी पे, तब तो बड़ी हर चीज के लिए अलर्ट रहते हैं। यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा ऐसे मूड में नहीं गए ना। हाँ, काम पे जब मेरी कल परसों नाइट थी तो हम लोग तो ड्यूटी जाते हैं, पता नहीं दिमाग ही स्विच हो जाता है कि अलर्ट रहता है माइंड ना, मूड ही दूसरा हो जाता है, टेंशन में रहते हैं। ऐसी चीजें तो ना ही हो तो अच्छा है, फिर भी अलर्ट तो रहना चाहिए। लेकिन जो ये इस टॉपिक पे हो रहा है, ये जरूर कुछ ऐसा हुआ होगा जो ये टॉपिक
नहीं फॉरेन कंट्रीज में बहुत होता है।
हाँ, तो ये इसीलिए नॉलेज के लिए।
कॉलेज तक पूरा फ्री नहीं था, इमरजेंसी टाइप से बनी थी।
हाँ, नहीं ये सही है,
फिर पीडियाट्रिक के लिए तो हमारा यही है ना,
पीडियाट्रिक की तो सबसे बड़ी इमरजेंसी है। और
क्योंकि
ये
हमारा
हॉस्पिटल में नहीं होते, लेकिन ओवरऑल तो होते ही रहते हैं।
लेबर रूम में तो आए होते रहते हैं, बच्चा गायब हो गया,
बच्चे गायब होते रहते हैं। और इस हॉस्पिटल में
गायब भी नहीं रहते, एक्सचेंज हो जाता है। ये इवन हमारा लेबर में बहुत झगड़ा हुआ है कि मेरा लड़का हुआ तो मेरे को लड़की दिया है। कोई सिस्टर किसी को बोल तो वो सुनती है उनका बच्चा है, एक सिस्टर आके उनको बोल देता तो वो उनका रिलेटिव सुनता है कि उनका पीछे खड़ा होता है ना, मगर वो सिस्टर बात कर रहे हैं आगे वाले से, वो पीछे सुन के वो सोचता है कि उनका लड़का हो गया, फिर उधर जाके सबको बता देते लड़का हो गया। जब लड़की को देते तो बोलते हैं कि लड़का हो गया, बोला अपनी लड़की को देना, वो मिसअंडरस्टैंडिंग हो जाती है। और इस हॉस्पिटल में तो इतनी प्रिकॉशंस है ना, तो नहीं होती, लेकिन जो कई ऐसे हॉस्पिटल है जहाँ डिलीवरी ज्यादा हो रही है रेगुलर कंटिन्यू 24 घंटे के 25-30 केसेस है, वहाँ पे तो बहुत टीटीपी हॉस्पिटल में हमने काम किया ना, वहाँ पे तो रात भर में 30-35 डिलीवरी हो जाती थी, बहुत होते थे। मिल गया पता नहीं, ताकि देखो मिलिए भारत आपके और ये आपका बच्चा है, ठीक है, ये सब ये आपका बच्चा है, और क्लियर और क्लियर
मिल गया
आगे लेके जाओ उसको, वहाँ पे उसको मिला है क्या? नहीं वो नहीं मिला है, मिला कोई नहीं है ऐसे ना ये भी दे दी और हैंड ओवर कर दिया। थैंक यू सो मच। यू ऑल कम। Okay, how did you what did you understand from this month?
Don't get thanks.
Don't waste time.
Our search everywhere. All
So what went on well?
Finally we found the baby.
Yeah.
finally found
Oh,
out the baby.
safe and sound.
Safe and sound. Did you examine the baby before handing over to the mother? Okay, that's good. Okay, let's have a brief discussion about it. Okay, now you had a situation like the baby is missing from the scene. Okay, from the hospital setting. Okay, immediately she was raising Kotling Kala. See here, every movement counts. Okay, and I told you the floor itself. Okay, immediately one person can go or tell to close the doors. Okay, all the doors, everything has to be closed. One person could have gone and seen the CCTV. Okay, at least told that. Okay, and then when you search, one here. Okay, but you have to go inside every room. See, the leader, whoever is assuming the role of leader, should allocate responsibilities so that you go here, you go here, you go here. And when you search, you should open every bag, everything. Why? Because children, small children, they can even keep in the lunch pack also. That is why we try to imitate like this. So everything you have to do. Then, so to identify every nook and corner, you have to check. Even if it is the next patient's bag also, it has to be checked. Okay, whether it is there or not, everywhere. After once you find the baby, what has to be done? Okay, in the initial period, as soon as the nurse comes to know, she has to inform in charge. In charge will thereon take care. Okay, inform the duty medical officer, and the security, all that. Okay, so everyone will assume a role. This is what we each one does. You also have to maintain a time of this. So when baby is born, first initially a physical examination has to be done. You have to record at what time you got it and physical examination. Then in physical examination, you have to use the child to be parent and they should be under supervision. There are two things that can happen. Even when I discussed during the session, the child will get injury or be perpetrated by some stranger. In that case, also you will do medical examination, give first initial treatment, initiate the treatment then on, okay, and then proceed. If the child is dead, in that case, if you find the child dead, immediately you will record the death and also you will call doctor to assess and report. Meanwhile, police has to be informed. Okay, so now you don't find the child. 1 hour is over. You don't find the child. Whoever is the team leader will declare code things clear, clear, clear 3 times and call police. 100 has to be called immediately. Okay, and the entire sequence. Why are we saving the record in the sense? This recording will help to explain your search strategy. Now the camera is very good that always one person will go and because everyone is having locations. So the security people may be more aware of these cameras because it is under there. So always utilize. Okay, 1 or 2 security persons in the team for each floor. So that will help you. Okay, so you will not leave any stone unturned. Okay, you should have also searched under these tables also. Okay, but one good thing, there were many good things. You all went. Okay, even if you told us observers, you also went to search. That was a good teamwork, and you were reassuring mother. Okay, that was the continuity, which is to be appreciated. Okay, and the team member found, yeah, you have to little bit see for simulation scenarios. We have to go a little bit into the characters. So if we go into the characters, it will be very much like you will be able to perform even better. But very good participation from all of you. Hope you enjoyed learning. Any inputs from your side? Did you like this?
Yes, very good.
At last, you didn't expect that it will be in the dustbin like black color, right? That it will be open. Dustbin में तो देख.
वहाँ पे क्या देखा था? वहाँ पे actually मुझे लगा shoes है. वो वाली mistake थी.
At least we chose a place so that we will search a little. But that's the it. That's good. Found out the child. It's a good ending, right?
Yes.
That's all.
मन से हमने 15 minutes लिए होंगे. 10 minutes लिए. ज़्यादा नहीं लिए ना.
Good. So this is how we will proceed. See, now we are all nursing students. involvement is. But when we have a mixed team, we are always going to have security also with us and doctors also with us. So for the doctor security, you can tell them immediately close. They have all the pager system to immediately close the doors, windows, one person on the terrace. All that. Okay. So what are we going to do as nurses? We have to alarm the system. That alarm is very important. Everyone should know. See, whenever even when child is born, we always say all of the time of birth. Everyone in the room should know that the child is born. And even this, everyone should know. If they know only, everyone is going to involve in the process. You need help from anyone else. Only one person will be able to do. So that type of alarm has to be raised and responsibility has to be given. Okay. And one person will be monitoring what is being done. See, whoever is the observer, you figure what is done, what is done, what is done, what is done. Okay, that is why we went okay, search and what is good. No one searched here. Okay, so all that is there. Yeah, but anyway, it went on well. And that's childish problem. Always it's not a happy ending. There are instances wherein it is if it is you see within 3 to 5 minutes, most probably it will not go out of the floor in such big floors. Otherwise, not at the side of the hospital. Okay, if it is more than that, it can I should also access according to this always ideal 1% should primarily check the camera also. Because camera recordings will give you, and that is why even our systems, even the NICU always 3 entries. The rows are also primarily checked that we relate the process and the person. Any inputs from your side? From your side? You want to say something?
Ma'am, if a mother is sleeping and she didn't know at what time the child is not with her, and she came to us that my child is not, she was sleeping, and the baby is also. And at that situation, we didn't know the right time from where the child is not. Like 6 hours maybe there, and we are around and just we didn't know the exact time of missing the child. Like 6 hours, 4 hours. Then in that situation,
In the hospital setup, we don't expect it to happen 6 hours. Maximum maybe
3 to 4 hours.
No, 1 to 2 hours. Otherwise, 1 hour
Like 2 or 3, like 2 o'clock night में, late night the everyone sleeping night में, and 4 or 5 o'clock when we go on round and immediately we told that the baby is not there with her.
See, our search will become, we will not know when they rest, actually. Okay. It is ideal when
she
they are in
informs us.
private rooms, they have to close the door and see. Okay. Even in the night, the general instructions we will give to all patients. Okay. They are supposed to close their room and they have to sleep.
In ward, main door opens all the night, overnight. We are not closing the door. गार्ड रहते हैं, गार्ड तो बीच में करते हैं.
Okay. Okay. So first that situation. Second, if you will only know the time when the parent tells you or when you find out. From that time only your search. If you assume that it is lost long back, you are always seeing the camera, no? Meanwhile, inform police. Okay, if the time lapse is there and you recognize it, see, at least for half an hour you will run the camera fast and you will see. That is not the info police. Further action has to be done. If it is within the time limit of 1 hour, you will search. Okay. Otherwise, your search will be there. Okay, your search will be there in info police also. That also has to be done.
In that situation, we will just rely on CCTV footage. We will go with
No,
CCTV.
only not CCTV footage. In case in nights, no. See, nights, what can happen? As such, we can assume like if guard is there and guard is properly doing duty, the child would have been taken somewhere, kept in some other place. Morning only they will go. After night, though, moving will be coming alarm. Okay, floor-wise guard is there. Each also guard will be there. Everywhere guard will be there. They will raise alarm.
We are shouting guards so many times. They are just 2 guards are there. I'm in D7 wards all the time.
one guard is there, another one is roaming here and there, and we are shouting him. So door is open. I have just completed my night shift. He was just studying. So it is very difficult to tackle all these things in reality. Yes, ma'am.
See, actually, no, this is more organized and well in private sector. Corporate setups, yes, it is well organized. Yes, so we can also organize because they are security.
We are
not
more
organized.
organized here in
Okay.
AIIMS.
You can always
Rather than government hospitals, they are not, even they are not, so many problems are
Actually,
there.
AIIMS has one good thing.
AIIMS was better in
See, what is it is that we are outsourcing. So always you can raise a this issue and you can get them replaced and have, see, it is always ideal that when you are, see, I had this night, I was working around, I was working before. It is very essential that I had एक व्यक्ति नहीं होना चाहिए. Like that is the intention. During our period, we don't need any rest to so everyone. So we keep symptoms also alerted. Okay, if someone we want, we have to keep. See, they should know that this person is on duty and we have to be on our toes. Otherwise, problem will be escalated. See, it all depends on our assertiveness and how we are approaching. Certain things are unavoidable. The system changes can be done. See, once protocols, all these are in there, they will also know. Once we say this is important for them, no, it is one more duty. If they are also told that this your duty you are doing is important, they will also realize. See, everywhere. Like,
This is up to us how we are taking responsibilities and how we are performing our duty. Simple, no?
Whenever he says, everywhere it will be meat. Why? Because he realizes that that is the bread and butter for him. Okay, he claims it. If all of us have that responsibility, then we are responsible for whatever action we definitely is going to. So we have to inculcate. This is what this has to be a group activity, including the other person also. When others are also involved, it becomes more easy. They also assume responsibility. Actually, these people they don't know. They think for security means sitting there. Okay, they don't know the importance of their job. They know the security. Okay, if you say them check all the temperature, they will check. If you don't tell them, they will not check. If you tell them you should check whether the mask is there, they will not think, they will not ask you. But they have knowledge. It doesn't mean that they have knowledge or they don't. Once we involve them, it will be good. We had a that okay. Anything, pneumonia. First, you will get the extent pneumonia or whatsoever. Okay, if the after death repair, whether it is properly NG2 is in proper position or not, whether field can be started. From the extent from collecting only, you will say, go ahead, this, that. Respiratory acidosis, metabolic acidosis, metabolic acidosis. Now you have, earlier it was like they have to go to the lab and like, once we equip them, they have to know the importance of their role. That is it. Okay? So, well done. Okay. Sure. Okay. Good. Good. No, okay. You want to say something? Next study. Okay. Everyone was there. Spring. No.
ब्लैक पनी भी था बिल्कुल वहाँ पे लास्ट में जहाँ
साउथ साउथ है क्या
यूट्यूब पे मिला भेजी ना यूट्यूब पे जाना पड़ा
So how did you feel? What is your feeling? Come and share. We have time. Priya, what was your action? How did you feel? Actually, I have a doubt that
who have to assign the job? मतलब, anyone have to take the role as assigning the job. Yeah, you go check here, you go check there. But the duty of the has to do a security. It has to do when it comes it depends on the hospital. Only duty officer can do, then duty officer has to take over. Okay, good. He didn't do that. But he found out the baby, so he found out the baby. Okay, they found the baby.
लीडर को मेरे पास तो इन्फॉर्मेशन
ने ढूंढ तो लिया ना, ठीक है ना, टीम वर्क था, टीम वर्क किया ना मैम।
Sorry. You can keep all your bags. You're going to move around, okay? Eating one quarter, yeah. Some. इधर बहुत सारे लोगों ने वीडियो में अच्छा है। You all come. You are going to move on.
Mother is coming in and filling the so 10 minutes before child was referred, and now she's not finding the child, and she is telling them lady उनके पास lady RAT is what instances appointments था friends like 12 something like फिर उसके बाद वो देके आप जाके नमाज पढ़ लीजिए मैं बच्चे को देंगे by the time mother came from the bathroom child was not there and the lady was also not now the mother is coming to the sister.
Okay, actually this is the situation. So if we just have a quick brush through of how to go about with code pink, okay? Code pink, once code pink is announced, like see when the mother reports to the nursing officer, okay, the nursing officer will immediately inform the charge whoever is here in that site. Okay, that person, what they will do is raise an alarm to the duty medical officer and the security personnel. Okay, so the in charge will take up the lead role, and the nursing officer will be consoling the parent and searching inside that area only. Okay, whereas the in charge, when they take up the role, security person will be there and all others will be there. They will go and check everywhere. One person CCTV, I was discussing with the scenario. One person will be going on top to the terrace to check. And before that, first thing is doors all closed. Main doors all closed, and then all will be checking every room, every bag, everywhere, so that you find the child. Okay, so this search can go on for 1 hour. After 1 hour, you have to declare police clear. Okay, and you will call the police. Okay, if this is not happening, and okay, once you find the child, if the child is well also, you will do physical examination first and then hand over the baby. If you find the child without any injuries, you will do physical examination, hand over. If you find any physical injuries, give first aid and then give the mother. Make the mother or the parent to be in the side. Okay. If you find the child to be dead, okay, receive the baby, have the baby, keep the parents, inform police. Okay. If you don't find for 1 hour, inform the police immediately and you will activate. Meanwhile, it is always essential in any codes, you will record the time of event. Even in CPR, we always say first cycle over, second cycle over, third cycle. Like this, you will also record what is happening, what is the sequence of events. Okay. So now she has given you the scenario. Okay. Now we will enact the scenario and you are going to, this whole floor is yours. Okay, you can make use of the whole floor and you will find the baby. Baby is there. Okay, baby is there, is the floor. Okay, so so it is up to you to search. Now you
अगर
can.
जल्दी मूव नहीं करेगा तो फिर बाहर भी जाता
I want 5 people, 5 volunteers, 5 or 6 people. Others. Others, please. 5 or 6 people. All of you participated. You also participated. You. No, we can have 2, 3 more. 1, 2. अरे यार दो. Not volunteering. Okay, good. Okay, now you will be the search team. Okay, you will be the observers. Okay, the search team. Who will take the role of nurse, nursing officer? Okay. She'll be the nursing officer. Who will be in charge? One nursing, one in charge, one duty medical officer. Okay, those security. Okay, others are all in the wards nursing officers. Okay, this is your role. You can assign yourself. We'll give you 3 minutes time for you to discuss, and then we will start. Okay, then we will act with the tenant. Now you got an idea. Okay, how you are going to you can assign those you discuss among yourself.
I'm in charge. Nursing officer, security.
एक नर्सिंग सुपरवाइजर, 2 गार्ड, 1 ड्यूटी ऑफिसर और 2
गार्ड तो एक
सिक्योरिटी गार्ड।
आज वाला
सिक्योरिटी गार्ड भाई टेरिस पे जाएंगे तो आप देखेंगे सिक्योरिटी ऑफिसर
आपको इन्फॉर्म करना है
सिक्योरिटी ऑफिसर को क्रॉस करना पड़ेगा। आप टेरिस पे जाएंगे। आप कौन से
और कौन है
सिक्योरिटी
और रह गया नर्सिंग ऑफिसर तो 4
हमें क्रॉस करेंगे
रेडी है?
साइन करना है आपको पता तो लग गया आपकी ड्यूटी ठीक है ड्यूटी ऑफिसर ऑन द ड्यूटी तो मैं आपको इन्फॉर्म करूँगा नहीं मैं नर्सिंग ऑफिसर हूँ ना और ड्यूटी आप इंचार्ज हो तो मैं आपको इन्फॉर्म करूँगी
कौन है ऑब्जर्वर? ऑब्जर्वर हैज टू रिकॉर्ड, वन रिकॉर्डर हैज टू बी ठीक है। आपको नोट पर है उसमें लिखना पड़ेगा ठीक है। Can we start? You ready?
Yeah.
Yes, please. चारों में से एक जना रुकेगा। ऑफिसर कौन है? इंचार्ज नहीं मतलब वार्ड में तो
हम तीन है मतलब चार है ये रिपोर्ट कर
मेरा बच्चा नहीं मिल रहा। अभी 10 मिनट के पहले मेरे पास था एक लेडी आती थी ना आपसे भी बात कर रही थी तो फिर आके मेरे को बोला है आप नहा सकते हैं बच्चे को मैं देख लूंगी मैं नहाने के लिए गई फिर मैं आने तक बच्चा भी नहीं तो जब जल्दी करूँगा पता नहीं वो तो सिर्फ छोटा बच्चा है तो मैं अब जल्दी जल्दी कुछ करिए ना प्लीज।
अपने एरिया में सर्च करना है
सर्च के लिए आप
वन शुड बी विद द अदर पेशेंट्स अदर पेशेंट अच्छा आप रिसर्च करो वन विद द तीन सर्च करना है
छोटा बच्चा है वो तो क्या करेगा हाँ उनसे पूछो
होगा रखा हुआ
सिस्टर जी मैं मुझे को रूल वाला प्लीज मेरे पास जैसे जहाँ से भी बात कर रहे थे तो लेडी है ना
हमने आपके ऊपर इतना विश्वास करके आए हैं इधर हमारा बच्चा हो गया नहीं आप लोगों से तो बात कर रहे थे वो हमने सोचा हॉस्पिटल का ही है नहीं आप मुझसे बात कर रहे थे हमने सोचा वो थोड़ा सा ऐसे ही है पता नहीं उनके पास आईडी कार्ड भी था कुछ इधर काम की आई थी नहीं उसके अंदर क्या लिखा है नहीं मैंने देखा नहीं वो तो उनके पास गले में था वो बोले सोशल वर्क करेंगे तो हॉस्पिटल भी है नहीं तो वो किसी है पता नहीं अभी 2 दिन से पहले भी नहीं है मेरे पास आई थी फिर बोल रहे थे कि मैं इतनी काम करती हूँ मेरे को अच्छा काम आता है बच्चे को देख सकती हूँ आपको कुछ मदद है तो चाहिए तो बता दो ऐसे फिर हमने सोचा चलो ठीक है फिर वो मैं नहाने के लिए नहीं जा रही मैंने बोला मेरा हस्बैंड अभी आ जाएगा मैं जाऊँ नहीं वो बोल रहे थे कभी जाओ मैं इधर ही हूँ तो तभी मैं गया नहीं तो मैं ऐसे ढूंढने वाली नहीं है बच्चे को छोड़ के ऐसे मैं क्या करूँगी नहीं नहीं
नेक्स्ट टाइम से आप और भी अवेयर करा कैसे कोई मतलब पर्सनल की बात करते हैं तो हम नहीं देंगे
किलो वाले कोई नहीं मिल रहे अब इतना टाइम हो गया नहीं मिला सिस्टर जी नहीं मिला सिक्योरिटी गार्ड को बोल दो ना कुछ करे डॉक्टर एमसी कहाँ है मेरे बेटे पिछले वालों को तो दिल्ली मिला था हम लोगों ने ऐसे थोड़ी ना कराएगा एक फोटो बच्चे को हो गए नहीं मिला बड़ी सिस्टर जी आ गई बड़ी सिस्टर जी नहीं मिला अरे सिस्टर जी ढूंढ लो ना प्लीज आप क्या कर लो डॉक्टर को बोल दो हमें पता ही था नहीं अगर उसके बाद नहीं मिल रहा तो क्या करना है पता करना है सिस्टर जी मिल गया मेरा बच्चा कैसे कैसे सिस्टर जी दिखाइए ना कौन बोल गया अच्छा क्वेश्चन है
ठीक है ना सोचिए मेरा बच्चा, ठीक है ना, कुछ दिक्कत नहीं हुआ ना? मुझे दे दीजिए What is judge? As per the protocol, if there is a protocol, they will send you
मिल गया मिल गया
Thank you, sister ji.
बोला था वॉशरूम में होगा नहीं
Mother is happy.
दो बार मिला एक बार नहीं मिलने के बाद वो कुछ नहीं बोले
डॉक्टर से मेरे बच्चे को वापस दे देंगे, डॉक्टर ने सिस्टर ने दे दिया। नहीं सच में किसको मिला? डॉक्टर को मिला, सिक्योरिटी डॉक्टर तुमको ही करना है। निकू से आने के बाद डॉक्टर ने हमारे बच्चे को बहुत केयर कर दिया।
अब ये फाउंड हो गया फुल थिंग्स क्लियर कर सकते हैं
क्लियर कर दो। ऑल क्लियर, ऑल क्लियर,
ऑल क्लियर
नहीं ऐसे नहीं। इंचार्ज द टीम लीडर इज इंचार्ज। ऑल क्लियर
शेयर करो
फॉर पिंक क्लियर फॉर How did you feel about it? Very essential. Once a thing happens, everyone knows how it went or what went well, what went wrong. Quality improvement, all the happenings. Like everyone, see now all of you will have points to say. We will assimilate all the points. It will be good that further on we will be able to work in a better way. That basically we will listen better. How did you feel? How did you feel first?
First of all, I have to say explanation. So, every time we have to engineering models that never leave baby to any parents one or the
even when metro अपना लगेज भी किसी अननोन तो बीपी नहीं ये तो पहले से ही हमें क्यों होगा
बेटी को मदर आके इंटरेक्शन सोशल वर्क करेगा हॉस्पिटल का सिस्टर से भी बात करने को
अटेंडेंस
Okay, so now coming to the situation, what did you feel and what did you feel that? How did you
there are so many there which belong to the other patients they are we also provide them separate cover each patient. We should ask the patient to open their luggage themselves because if we touch they will ask questions in that to open their luggage they are looking and so on. Is there anything or not? And it has been done within 1 week.
So that the time we are wasting in calling everyone has to be taken care of. But in an emergency situation, okay, if the person is not there, but if you are not always there, because this is an unfortunate situation. Okay, so it is always ideal. It's good to have them open, but if that is not possible, you can go ahead. Okay, you are not going to, and it cannot be done by anyone, only authorized people in the hospital. Okay, so whoever is in the team, you search for your ID card. Okay, so you can do that. Okay, that is good. Then next, will comes the next one. What went on well? What you did well?
Found the baby. Good. Yeah, at last found the baby. Jaldi se.
लेट हो गए मेरा रो रो के गला
We found the baby then. How did you feel? Were you into the scene?
Incidents.
It's just see, actually, yeah. First, maybe you have to like immerse yourself in the situation. You're in charge. Now, though it is like since it is a practice, once you immerse into the situation, it becomes like more. Okay, but you all did a good job. You went, they went, closed the door. Okay, and the searched. But though all of you went this side, I don't know why. But last time though they went all that side. This time like, but one person can say that I'm going to the terrace, I'm telling this person to the terrace. Suppose one can see the CCTV and you have to involve in the role. See, such type of exercises will help you in further prevention, in building up a model, building up a protocol or policy for the hospital. Okay, so this way it helps. And at last when that is over, we have to do the debriefing. Now you will discuss what went well. Okay, and how we can improve for the next time. Whoever participated, then how you can improve for the next time. Is that everything went well perfectly fine?
I think next time maybe you have missed some of the points that can be maybe
Particular person will be assigned particular.
उसके ऊपर भी फिर भी बहुत बड़ा कंफ्यूजन क्रिएट होता है एवरीबॉडी इज डूइंग
Same thing.
they want
One direction is searching out.
yeah and if someone is in washroom then he should focus on washroom and every nick and corner.
But work done by all of you. That good point is you found the baby. It was a good first time. Okay, next time. So every time we learn a lot of things. Okay, so this time you have learned, like you have started with a trial and how to be seriously on. Once you again practice, you will find out every time there will be little loss that can be made up and it can be cleared off. Okay, and better communication comes too. Okay, and the team leader can assign you, Mr. This, go. You do this. If you don't know, Mr. X, Y, Z. Go. Okay, so when that is given, so people do out search. And it is very essential. You have to search every nook and corner. Okay, that is really essential. Even in this time, you have kept the bag. You will not know. But we didn't go there this weekend. Oh, very good. Good effort. So you felt something done. We learned something. Teamwork. Teamwork. Let's be successful. So always don't expect that it will be like you will find the baby. There are like many outcomes, but whatever might be the outcome, you will be ready to face, and you will be prepared to face it. Okay, and you should know always on duty in the nursing state. ड्यूटी मेडिकल ऑफिसर का नंबर भी चाहिए सीएनओ और whomsoever नाइट सुपरवाइजर का नंबर भी चाहिए ड्यूटी मोबाइल नंबर ओके यू शुड कॉल that calling part everyone hospital attendant also involve them tell them to go and search in the toilet if you find them to be trustworthy hospital attendant also outsourcing is done in few cases like there was if you don't find them to be trustworthy that situation will be like as you said, prevention is better than prevention is like as a nurse, we are going to get better in the ward. So we need to be vigilant. Any person who is not looking okay, or if you think if you get don't hesitate to ask who is she, why she is here, what is the reason. And if there are answers if you're not satisfied, and be like keep eye on her. And aware the parents whom she's talking, whether she's really related to them or not. In the same scenario, it was like that. Mother was assumed that she was a social worker. She was talking to the nurse also. So nurse was thinking that she is related to the patient. She was very good with the patient also. So it was like misunderstanding between the nurse and the mother. So such things can happen. So one has to be very vigilant about the situation.
situations. When things go wrong, things go wrong. So before that one, we have to answer. So we have to be very aware. Usually in the pediatric wards, it happens like many times sisters, doctors, even security guards, they stop and ask. Because of those things happening, that's why we are not facing such situations. But we have to make them more strong.
And searching should be done under the stairs also.
Fire exits. Usually we supporters use fire exits because people are not going that way. So pointing clear. Labs are all. Good. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Okay. We'll finish one bit and nothing. You're on time.
साइलेंट मोड में
लेकिन ये तो ऊपर बताइए ये Chairs in chairs. Commonly, send them by send them
Please do your post test. Once post test is over, we will have valedictory and we'll close off. You can go home, Ali. It all depends on how fast you complete the post test. Comes up where post test. Once you finish your post test, no, see that they have arranged. Yeah, come. Come. Those of you who have finished. Those who have finished their post test, these two can have. फाइव का ही हुआ है only 5 responses. And there is an application. They are doing the finish. Six लोगों को
हमारे स्टूडेंट्स के लिए आप कर दें। नेटवर्क की प्रॉब्लम है। मेरा तो कभी चलता ही नहीं वाईफाई। नहीं चल रहा, मेरा तो हमेशा नहीं चलता ये
पूछताछ बाकी कंटिन्यू कर लीजिए।
हाँ हाँ
एक्सक्यूज मी, आप कंटिन्यू कर लेना।
हाँ हाँ अलग लाइफ में आपको लेट हिम डू आफ्टर ये बात ये ना
This one, no? Here, one. Was it white color? No, no. Surgical mask. Take. Completed. I completed. Continuous constant. छोटा वाला रूम में लैब में ही होती है ये लोग लेते हैं ये प्रशांत और पायल यहाँ के जो मैसेज
Yeah. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for participating actively in the mock drill and tabletop exercises. I hope everyone has completed their post-test questionnaire. So now, at this time, I would like to request Cecilia ma'am to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Susan. He has been a very great help for us and always there guiding and helping, especially for the technical support. And we wholeheartedly want to thank him. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to request Cecilia ma'am to present the memento for Meena ma'am, who has been a part of the organizing team, and I request ma'am to kindly receive the memento. Thank you. I also request Cecilia ma'am to present the memento to Lewis ma'am, part of organizing team. We want to thank you ma'am. And the next memento, I would like to request Lewis ma'am to kindly present the memento to Vasundhara ma'am, part of the organizing team. Thank you. Now we will.
Yeah, Lewis ma'am, please give memento to Noor also. Noor and Vasundhara, they've worked very hard for the success of this program. They've done everything. Okay, I do appreciate MSc first year students for rendering all their support for this event.
Now we'll move on to the distribution of certificates. So I would like to call upon Mr. Ram Gopal to take over the.
एक एक करके नाम दीजिए, आप यहीं पे खड़े हो जाइए, नाम आगे आ जाएंगे, सबको हैंड दे दीजिए, नाम आगे आ जाइए,
One second. Mr. Neeraj S. Rajput. Mr. Azmat Ali. Miss Sunita Ranga. Next is Miss Archana. Miss Ramya Mohanan. Miss Archana. Miss Arama Varghese. Miss Ramya Mohanan. Miss Arama Varghese. Miss Shweta. Miss Lindsay Alfred. Miss Seema Jessel. Miss Priyadarshini V. Yeah, she's taking. Miss Priyadarshini V. Miss Geeta Yadav. Miss Ancy Thomas. Miss Chitra L. Miss Ancy Thomas. Miss Chitra L. Miss VC Regilla. इसके बाद Miss Nagin Chormar. Mr. Nagin Chormar. बाद में Mr. Nagin Chormar. Mr. Sheesh Ram. Next, I would like to request Meena Ara ma'am to kindly distribute the certificates to the remaining participants. Mr. Matthew Burgess. Miss Simran. Miss Nancy. Miss Nezukono Nancy. Miss Pooja. Miss Monica Parikh. Miss Sonia Devi. Miss Sheena. Miss Sheena. Miss Renu Sharma. Miss Amandeep Kaur and Miss Agnes. If there is there any other participants who's Miss Amandeep Kaur and Miss Agnes. Miss Miss Poonam. We'll give it. Miss Poonam and Mr. Sunil.
Approachable. So I was just hesitant to go to him, but he was kind enough to accept our invitation and he could able to grace the occasion. And the same way, I would like to thank Lata Venkateshan ma'am as our principal, College of Nursing. She is a constant support and encouragement throughout the program. Not only ours, for all the in-service education programs, she is the constant help and encouragement. And I would like to thank Dr. Miss DNS ma'am. Without the short notice, she could able to come and join and grace the occasion. And there are resource persons who are joined for the online because they are from different places of the country and they could able to join on time and we could able to finish them and they enriched us with their topics. And as you know that there is so much to learn from each topic and so much learn to practice and take the protocols and the policies whichever is possible for us, which we can practice in our life. So I am very thankful and indebted to them as they could able to spare their time, and it is very difficult to do it on both sides, but with their help we could able to do that one. And without Cecilia ma'am, our coordinator for the in-service program, and she is our coordinator for the pediatric group also, and without her help and without her guidance it could not be successful. I thank you Cecilia ma'am for that. And I would like to thank our organizers Lewis ma'am and Meena ma'am. Meena, they helped a lot in all other projectory things which we could able to do for the tabletop and other things. And thank you ma'am for your kind help, and with your help only we could able to do this one. And I would same way I would like to thank set facility people, and they are kind enough to cooperate with us, and whenever we come and they helped us, and Mr. Sir also helped us with all the things like all the YouTube links and other things, and I'm so thankful to them. And our set facility also, like CIMET also, they helped with the flyers, and with the help of them we could able to make the flyers and we could use them for the publishing the things. And I would like to thank everyone. If I am forgetting anyone, please forgive me for that. Yeah, MSc first year, sorry sir. So they are the constant, they are the young generation. They know many other things which we could not able to do, but with their help, and they were, though we are two, but back drop they are doing everything for us, and thank you for that. And that will help you for you also. next year. So thank you so much for that. And last but not the least, and if your coordination and cooperation, if it is not there, this program could not have been successful. And you are the good and patient listeners and good participants, and you could able to enjoy the time. And I hope you did not, you learned something from the program. Thank you so much.
Let's all join our hands to clap for Noor and Miss Vasundhara. They did a wonderful job.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Tea and discuss. Okay. Hope you all enjoyed.